Pleasant good morning to everyone. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance of March 18th, 2025 is hereby called to order. A pleasant good morning to all present, listening, and viewing, and welcome to today's meeting of the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. Today, the committee will hear testimony on bills and leases in accordance with the committee's mandate to receive and consider all appropriation bills and also to receive, consider, and make recommendations on leases and other agreements requiring legislative approval. For my colleagues, this is the first bite of the apple. If voted unfavorably, these items will advance to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further vetting. As we recognize Virgin Islands History Month and Women History Month, we celebrate the men and women who have paved the way for us, and those who will continue to inspire generations to come. I was honored yesterday to attend the investiture of Dr. Sophia George, and like my fellow Virgin Islanders, was full of pride at her accomplishment and vision for the university and our community. As an alumna and now as the 6th president of the University of the Virgin Islands, Dr. George stands on the shoulders of Virgin Islanders like the late Dr. Orville Ken, the late Dr. Arthur Richards, and Laverne Raxter. We congratulate her and wish her every success in her new role. I must especially commend my legislative aide, Ms. Brianna Thomas, who is the Student Government Association's president for the Albert Sheen campus, and her stellar representation of her peers during yesterday's investiture. Finally, we're hoping to have some guests with us today from the Joseph Gomez Elementary School, and we look forward to them whenever they arrive, and we'll certainly greet them at that time. At this time, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Hubert L. Frederick.
Present.
Senator Frederick, present. Senator Maurice C. James.
I am here.
Senator James, present. Senator Kirk A. Vele. Senator Vele, absent. Mr. Chair, 5 present, 2 absent.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Also, we'd like to recognize the presence of non-committee members. We have the Senate President, Milton Potter, here, as well as the Secretary, Senator Avery Lewis. Good morning, gentlemen, and welcome. At this time, Madam Clerk, please read today's agenda into the record.
March 18th, 2025, Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. Meeting. Block 1, the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance will meet on Tuesday, March 18th, 2025, 10 a.m. in the Earle B. Ottley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas to receive testimony on the following lease agreements. Bill number 36-0028, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Tropical Marine, Inc. for parcel number 37-1 Estate Narda, number 2 Red Hook Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, and a portion of unsurveyed Estate Narda, number 2 Red Hook Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, sponsored by Senator Milton E. Potter by request of the Governor. Invited testifiers: Honorable Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement; Mr. Vincent Richards, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement; Ms. Carmen Ruan, President, Tropical Marine, Inc. Bill number 36-0040, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Charles M. Kim VI Foundation, Inc., DBA Virgin Islands Museum of Art for a portion of lot number 48B Noragada, Kings Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, sponsored by Senator Milton E. Potter by request of the Governor. Honorable Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement, Mr. Vincent Richards, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement, Mr. Jason Charles, Representative. Block 2. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance will also receive testimony on the following bills. Bill number 36-0023, an act amending Title 33, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 4, Section 72, relating to the highway user tax, sponsored by Senator Ray Fonseca. Invited testifiers, Honorable Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner, VI Department of Finance, Honorable Derek A. Gabriel, Commissioner, VI Department of Public Works, Mr. Joel Lee, Director, VI Bureau of Internal Revenue. And Bill number 36-0038, an act amending Title 29, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 10, Subchapter 3, Section 551, Subsection A, by increasing the limit for outstanding bonds for the Virgin Islands Port Authority from $100 million to $500 million, sponsored by Senator Milton E. Potter. Invited testifiers, Mr. Carlton Dow, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Port Authority, Mr. Willard John, Chairman, VI Port Authority Board of Directors. This ends the reading of today's agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, also please record committee member, Majority Leader, Senator Kurt A. Viale as being present, and any correspondence to be read into the record at this time.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed in reading those correspondence.
Letter dated March 18, 2025, addressed to the Honorable Novell E. Francis, Chairman, Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance, 36 Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, St. Thomas, VI 00801. There, Mr. Chair, I regret to inform you that due to a previously scheduled engagement, I will be unable to attend today's hearing. Please mark my absence as excused, and please accept my apologies for any inconvenience caused, and as well as my best wishes for a productive meeting. Sincerely, Marvin A. Blyden, Senator, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. This concludes today's reading of today's correspondence, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Please mark Senator Marvin A. Blyden as excused. And at this time, we'll go to the testifiers table and to recognize our testifiers. And of course, we'll start off with the government's representative, the Assistant Commissioner, Vincent Richards. Just give your name, the introduction at this time, and then I'll.
Vincent Richards, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement. Good morning, everyone.
Ms. Ruin, come closer to the mic. And
Carmen Ruin, President, Tropical Marine.
morning, sir.
Morning.
Good morning. Pat Bailey, Construction Manager for Alpine USVI.
Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning, Jason Charles, Chief of External Affairs for Alpine Securities USVI, Alpine Group.
Thank you.
Welcome, Jason.
Thank you.
Good morning, Jean Kim, Treasurer of the Charles M. Kim Foundation.
Morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Lee Goldman of Goldman Law Offices, Legal Counsel for the Charles M. Kim VI Foundation.
Morning. Welcome. Okay. At this time, of course, these are the testifiers. They'll be in Bill number 36-0028, as well as Bill number 36-0040. At this time, I'd like to ask who speaks to Bill number 36-0028.
I do, Mr. Chair.
Mr. President, you're recognized for presentation of your bill.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I offer Bill number 36-0028 on behalf of Governor Albert Barron Jr. The bill reflects the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Tropical Marine, Inc. This locally owned marina has served our community for the past 45 years, weathering numerous challenges, including the hurricanes of 2017 and, of course, the COVID-19 pandemic. The proposed lease agreement will enable necessary upgrades and expansion of the marina, which will create new jobs and help this family business keep pace with our growing marine industry. As a third-generation business with deep roots in the Virgin Islands, Tropical Marine represents the kind of resilient local enterprise that strengthens our economy and preserves our maritime heritage. While I do not have a vote in this committee, I strongly urge my colleagues to approve this lease agreement to support sustainable economic development in our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter, for presentation of Bill number 36-0028. And of course, also in this block, we have 36-0040. Who speaks to this bill?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Senator Potter, Senate President, you're recognized for presentation on Bill number 36-0040.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
please.
Mr. Chair, I offer Bill number 36-0040 by request of the Governor. This bill would approve the lease of the Hamburg America Line building to the Charles M. Kim VI Foundation for the establishment of the Virgin Islands Museum of Art. This proposal represents an extraordinary opportunity for the Virgin Islands. The Hamburg America building, once a vital part of our territory's commercial history, now stands as a deteriorating safety hazard. The Kim family's commitment to invest approximately $18 million of private funding to transform this liability into a cultural asset deserves the serious consideration of this committee. The proposed VIMA will serve multiple vital functions for our community: preservation of cultural heritage, economic development, tourism enhancement, and public safety. I urge this committee to approve this lease agreement, recognizing that it represents a rare win-win proposition where private investment will create a lasting public benefit, preserving our cultural heritage while simultaneously addressing a significant infrastructure liability. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter, for presentation on Bill number 36-0040. At this time, we will recognize Assistant Commissioner Vincent Richards for the presentation or testimony on Bill 36-0028, and then we'll go to Ms. Ruan to present her side of it. If there's any pictures or anything, we'll dispose of that, and then we'll move on to the next bill.
Good morning, Committee Chair Novelli Francis Jr., committee members, the Honorable Senators DeGraff, Potter, Lewis, Viale, Fonseca, James, Frederick. Good morning. My name is Vincent Richards. Also to the legislative staff, the viewing and listening audience present in the chambers, and those listening as well in the radios. My name is Vincent Richards. I'm the Assistant Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Property and Procurement. I'm testifying today on behalf of Commissioner Lisa M. Alejandro to support the proposed lease agreements in the St. Thomas District before the committee for consideration. Today, the Department of Property and Procurement respectfully requests this committee and ultimately the full Senate's approval of the lease agreements between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Tropical Marine Incorporated. This lease agreement requires legislative approval in accordance with 31 VI Code, subsection 205C. The terms all commence on the first day of the month following the approval of the Governor and the Legislature of the Virgin Islands. The rent payable under this lease shall be adjusted annually, including any renewal terms in accordance with the Consumer Price Index increases established by the United States Department of Labor, Department of Labor, Bureau of Labor Statistics. This agreement requires a minimum of $1 million in general liability. As the premises owner, the department will be required to approve any permits, licenses required to develop the subject premises. This proposed lease, this proposed lessee has provided all the applicable documentation to support the processing of this lease agreement, including any business license and/or certificate of good standing. The lease agreement between Tropical Marine and the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Department of Property and Procurement, is for parcel number 37-1, Estate Nada, number 2, Red Hook Quarter, St. Thomas, United States Virgin Islands, consisting of approximately 20,908 square feet, more or less, and a portion of unsurveyed Estate Nada, number 2, Red Hook Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, consisting of approximately 7,083 square feet, more or less. The property will be used for the operation of a retail shop, commercial spaces, marine engine repair shop, and the import and sale of goods, a parking lot, and other related purposes. The term of this agreement is for 50 years and provides for 2 additional 10-year optional periods. The annual rent for the property shall begin at $30,000 annually, payable in the amount of $2,500 per month during the term of the lease agreement. A construction period is also included in this lease agreement, and we have granted them 24 months to do so. Tropical Marine has been the lessee of the premises since November 2005. They have consistently kept their account in good standing with the department. Tropical Marine has made significant investment in both the upland and the submerged property, beautifying the premises by creating a lighted and secured parking area. The Ruan family are proud role models in the local marine and boating business. As custodian of all government-owned properties, the department remains committed to developing mutually beneficial partnerships that unlock the true value of government-owned properties. Commissioner Alejandro is dedicated to fostering agreements that benefit both the government and the community at large. This lease will assist this locally owned family business in expanding and improving its operations in the boating industry in the St. Thomas, St. John district. And this investment would demonstrate this family's multi-generational commitment to the territory and will contribute significantly to the long-term expansion of Virgin Islands economy. So, Department of Property and Procurement respectfully requests that this committee on budget, appropriation, and finance vote in favor of this lease agreement. And I'm prepared to answer any questions that you may have on this lease agreement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Assistant Commissioner Richards, do you have any pictorials or anything of this location?
On this specific property, no, I do not, Senator.
You do not, okay. Ms. Ruan, you are recognized for your testimony at this time.
Good morning, Honorable Novell E. Francis Jr., Chairman, esteemed members and staff of the 36th Legislature, and listening audience. My name is Carmen Ruin, and I'm here today to support the application for Bill number 36-0028, submitted on the behalf of Tropical Marine, Inc. Tropical Marine is a local-owned business that was founded by my late husband, Levette Ruin, and I in 1980. From humble beginning, our marina has endured and challenges of time, environmental factors, and natural disasters. Most recently, we navigated the impact of Hurricane Irma and Maria and the COVID-19 pandemic. Despite these challenges, we have emerged strong and resilient in order to continue effectively serving our community and creating new jobs. Is now essential that we make significant upgrades and expansions to the marina in order to keep up with the ever-growing marine industry here in the Virgin Islands. Though my husband tragically passed in 2007, we are blessed today that both my son and grandson are involved in the business and are committed to continuing the legacy my husband and I began in Buena Bay. We come before you today seeking approval for the following lease renewal, Bill number 360028. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ruan, for your testimony. Any other testimony on this particular measure? If not, Assistant Commissioner Riches, we can move on to Bill number 36-0040.
Bill number 360040, the proposed lease agreement between the Charles M. Kim Foundation and the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Department of Property and Procurement, is for a portion of lot number 48B, Noragata, King's Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, consisting of a multi-story building of 12,300 square feet approximately, and residing on about 10,000 square feet of approximately 0.229 acres of improved property, more or less. The lessee will use the premises to demolish, renovate, and rebuild a historic looking building that's sustainable, and a replica of the existing building on the property, which complements the historic district of not less than 7,500 square feet of interior space, and not including any tower or lookout type structure. The lessee shall permit use of the premises for the operation of a museum, gallery, exhibition space, community and civic purposes, studios, and production and exhibition of art, cultural and historical materials, and associated office and retail use and other related purposes. The subject building was originally constructed in 1914 by the Hamburg America Shipping Lines and served as their administrative offices in Charles d'Amalia, St. Thomas. It later housed the U.S. federal. It later housed U.S. federal agencies, including the U.S. Customs Service and I believe the Immigration and Naturalization Services. It also housed the U.S. Marshal Service and the U.S. District Court. More recently, the building was home to, I believe, the 19th, 20th, and 21st Legislature of the Virgin Islands. After numerous walkthroughs and assessments from multiple structural engineers, it has been concluded that the building has reached the end of its life cycle. The building was the first of its kind in the U.S. Virgin Islands, built from reinforced concrete. But unfortunately, it was constructed, I'm told by engineers, using beach sand, which has led to the corrosion of the rebar, causing severe spalling of the concrete. As a result, the building is now considered structurally unsound and unfit for occupancy. During the renovation of a nearby building, the Department of Property and Procurement had the subject building wrapped in a meshed fabric to improve its visual aesthetics, and more importantly, to mitigate potential hazards and liabilities. The term of the proposed lease agreement is for 99 years, with 2 additional renewal options. The annual rent will be $1,200 during the term of the lease. The construction period is for approximately 60 months and has been the proposed construction period is approximately 60 months. The project is currently estimated to cost in excess of $12 million. The proposed lease agreement requires the lessee to place $5 million in cash in escrow as a performance bond before beginning demolition. Upon completion of demolition, the escrowed funds will be released to the lessee, and the contractor will obtain a $5 million performance bond in favor of the government of the Virgin Islands as security for the lessee's obligation and performance of the construction. The proposed lease agreement will support an ongoing revitalization of the historic downtown Charlotte Amalia and will be a catalyst for further similar redevelopment projects. The rehabilitation of this project will also positively impact the property value of the surrounding properties, thus increasing the government's property tax roll. This agreement will also remove one or more derelict properties, will replace one more, will remove one more derelict property from the government of the Virgin Islands inventory of real estate. This proposed lease agreement represents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The development of the new structure will provide immense benefits to the community as a whole. The project is a win-win-win for the people of the Virgin Islands, and we respectfully seek this committee's support. Like the previous lease we mentioned, we are the custodian of all government properties, and we remain committed to developing beneficial partnerships that unlocks values of government-owned properties. The department requests this committee favorable vote, and we stand ready to answer any questions that you may have about this subject lease as well. We do have a very short slide show for this subject property to just kind of educate the folks here as well as the viewing audience as well, so they can see what we're talking about. If you can.
Okay, the slide is up at this time, and you could speak to it.
So, Senator Francis, or Mr. Chair, the subject property is delineated or highlighted in yellow. It's in the middle of the screen. The property lies west of the Fort Christian Fort in downtown Charlotte Amalia, and it lies immediately across the street from the revitalized Vendors Plaza and Emancipation Garden. Immediately north or up above the subject property is the what's known as one of the Little Switzerland building, and then further north is the Post Office Square. And to the bottom, or to the south, is immediately south is the waterfront, St. Thomas waterfront of Veterans Drive, and then Charlotte Amalia Harbor. Next slide, please. This is one of the historic photographs of the building. Again, it was built out of concrete. I'm told it's the first building that was built of its type in that period. And you could see a water tower that's there above as well. It was built by Holland America Lines Company. Next slide, please. This is another vantage point, and for a viewing audience, it gives you, if you look at the hillside, it tells you how far back it was in terms of the development or the non-development of the hillside behind the photograph. Next slide, please. Another vantage point. It shows part of in front of the building there not being filled in. It was right on the water. The highway that now passes by is not there as well. Next slide, please. This is another vantage point. Next slide, please. Another vantage point. Next slide, please. The vehicles in there give you, again, another reference for the period. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. If you look closely at the water tower, you can see some gentlemen on the water tower. They're dismantling the water tower. And if you look at the vehicles, again, it will just date the period of when that was being done. Next slide, please. This is a recent photograph of the building, probably in the last several years. The building to the left, the blue building, has been since renovated and turned into a visitor center with public restrooms and a public restrooms. If you look closely at this photograph to the top of the buildings where the band beams are, where the roof meets the wall, the top walls, you'll see some little dark areas there. Those are little pieces of concrete that already have fallen off the building. And that's a 20 to 25 foot drop. Next slide, please. Another vantage point from across the street from the ocean, from the ocean side of the highway. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. This photograph was taken during the renovation of the public restrooms and the visitor center. If you look closely to the left, you can look at the columns. You can see the columns are all cracked from the spalding. And if you look at the beams running, you could see spalding there. And if you look underneath the beams or under the floor, under those balconies, you could see concrete that's basically fallen off. The photograph on the right shows some large chunks of concrete that during construction just fell off the building. Fortunately, it happened when no one was there working on the building. And if you focus on the size of those concretes, you could understand the potential liability. And, you know, I mean, God forbid that hit anybody, whether local or visitor alike. It's a liability to the government of the Virgin Islands. Next slide, please. This photograph is to basically give you a perspective on the size of the pieces of concrete that fell off of the building from, I'd say, about 12 to 15 feet up. Next slide, please. This photograph was taken a few days ago from across the street. The department spent about $50,000 wrapping this building in a mesh to basically prevent and mitigate the liability of falling concrete off of this building. That mesh is only going to last maybe a couple or few more years after the UV rays from the sun deteriorates it. What's not seen this well? Next slide, please. Another vantage point. This building also housed a lot of pigeons, and you know there was always pigeon droppings on the sidewalks that had to be cleaned on a regular basis as well. Next slide, please. So I guess we start where we finish. We finish where we started. We'd like your permission to enter into this lease agreement for this subject property. Again, we think it's a win-win-win, and we look forward to your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Assistant Commissioner Richards, for your testimony and also for that PowerPoint presentation and the building itself. At this time, or before we go to Mr. Jason Charles for his testimony, I'd like to recognize the presence of non-committee member, Senator Carla J. Joseph. Good morning, Senator. Welcome.
Good morning.
Jason Charles, you recognize your testimony at this time.
Still. All right. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Honorable Chairman Novell E. Francis, members of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands Finance Committee, and the listening audience. My name is Jason Charles, and I'm here to represent Alpine Group and the Kim family in my capacity of Chief of External Affairs. Accompanying me in the chambers is Ms. Jean Kim, the Director or Treasurer of the Charles M. Kim VI Foundation, Mr. Pat Bailey, the Construction Manager for Alpine, Mr. Lee Goldman, Legal Counsel to the Charles Kim VI Foundation. We have Mr. Assistant Commissioner, Mr. Vincent Richards, who are here with us today. Today, the Kim family, owners of the Alpine Group, are here to request approval for the lease of the Hamburg America Line building located on parcel number 48B, Norigata King Quarters, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, for the purpose of housing the Virgin Islands Museum of the Arts, which we refer to as VIMA. We would like to make it clear from the beginning, neither Alpine Group, Alpine Securities, or any of its subsidiaries, the Charles Kim M Foundation VI, or the Kim family will use this building for any profit. It will not be used for any type of profit or enrichment. Alpine, an investment trading firm based in St. Thomas, USVI, was founded by the Kim family in 2008. We are beneficiaries of the USVI Economic Development Authority Economic Development Commission Tax Incentive Program. Alpine has been deeply committed to giving back to this community. Over the past 17 years of operations in the Virgin Islands, we have donated millions of dollars towards worthy nonprofit organizations across the territory, but not limited to the Lutheran Social Services Queen Louise Home for Children on St. Croix, the Nana Children's Home on St. Thomas, My Brother's Workshop, Junior Achievement of the Virgin Islands, the VI Children's Museum, St. Thomas Rescue and EMS service providers, Family Resource Center, Little League programs in both territories, both districts, martial art programs, and many sports in between. We've also given to the University of the Virgin Islands and various public, private, and parochial schools throughout the territory. In addition to supporting many community organizations, we have launched several initiatives, including the annual King of the Wing contest, which I'm very proud of. It's now in its 14th year. This was a contest that, it's a fundraiser, a party on the beach that raised funds for different nonprofit, and it's basically a chicken wing tasting competition. It's been really supported by the community, and we want to thank the community for investing in that as well. So where was I? Okay, the Kim family loves the arts and has significantly benefited numerous art-related initiatives. The Ivana Dora Kent School Music Department, the Charlotte Mali High School Band Boosters, 81C Arts, the Caribbean Museum Center for the Arts, the VI Council of the Arts, the Mid-Atlantic Arts, and the French Ballet Theater. The Kim family would like to continue their support of the arts through the lease of the Hamburg building and create the Virgin Islands Museum of the Arts. Our goal is to establish a dedicated space for the arts that will further enhance opportunities for local arts and music programs. This initiative will also broaden community awareness, foster diversity, tourism market, and preserve the beauty of our culture. Originally, the construction was in 1914. The Hamburg building served as a Caribbean headquarters for the Hamburg American Line Shipping Company. This historic building played a pivotal role in the transshipment of goods, textiles, food, rum, molasses, building materials, and refueling of coal ships traveling between South America, North America, and Europe. In the late 20th century, it was also used as a courthouse, later a VIPD, and a legislative building. However, over the past 30 to 40 years, the building has deteriorated significantly, with the last major renovation occurring in the 1930s, when the water tower was removed due to structural concerns. Today, the Hamburg Americas building has become a major liability as it continues to crumble before our eyes. In its current state, this building is 111 years old. At the onset of this project, our team commissioned a structural engineering firm of Buildtech LLC, based in St. Croix, to conduct a structural engineering analysis. Their comprehensive testing included core cement samplings from 8 key locations throughout the building. The results reveal high level of salinity and efflorescence in all 8 core samples, indicating the concrete was made with beach sand, which compromised the structural integrity. As you are aware, the government has installed protective safety sheets to safeguard the pedestrians walking near the building, southern and eastern sides. I must emphasize, Buildtech has advised that the unfortunate events of a major strong earthquake or another major strong storm with high tide, this building could collapse, posing imminent danger to both properties and life. If the 36th legislature ratifies the lease agreement, the Kim family will begin securing the necessary permits for demolition. We will collaborate closely with the Historic Preservation Commission, the Virgin Islands Police Department Traffic Bureau, the Department of Public Works, and all surrounding businesses to minimize the impact of demolition and construction. It is our intention to solicit requests for proposals, RFPs, for both the demolition and reconstruction phase. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we anticipate demolition will take approximately 9 to 12 months to complete, with an estimated cost of about $3 million. I think it may go more because we're not sure at this point what's Buildings created before 1970 had asbestos in them. They were created with asbestos and different types of material that were later years proven to be toxic. So I'm sure that the construction estimates will probably go up. The demolition estimates will definitely go up. The $3 million will be funded by the Kim family. We are asking for no government funding for this project. Let me repeat that. We were asking for zero government funding for this project. Where am I? Okay. This phase is expected to create approximately 40 or more local jobs. The subsequent construction phase is projected to take about 36 to 40 months with an estimated cost between 12 to 15 million, employing approximately 100 workers. Once completed, the facility is expected to provide employment to 10 to 20 full-time staff members. I also think, though, that if you're looking at what's going on right now with the reconstruction of the schools, with the reconstruction of everything that's happening, I do project these costs to go up a lot more. With building material and, of course, now with the tariffs that are happening nationwide, these numbers were estimates before we took into consideration what the impact of these tariffs will be. So I'm sure the numbers will climb. The Charles M. Kim Foundation is dedicated to the preservation of the U.S. Virgin Islands culture. This building will be used exclusively for charitable purposes, serving as a space to celebrate the rich history, the heritage of the Virgin Islands. It would highlight our culture, our culinary traditions, culinary attire, carnival festivals and costumes, the historical significance of rum production, and the fine arts of the Virgin Islands. We have people like Camille Passaro. We need to have a place where we could be able to show his work and his impressions. This culturally significant building will not only be restored, but will preserve and maintain at no cost to the government or the people of the Virgin Islands. In order to help preserve this for future generations, we are requesting a lease of 100 years with 250-year renewal options. The Virgin Islands Museum of the Arts is solely intended to create space where Virgin Island art and culture can be experienced and celebrated in the heart of Charlotte, Mali. To reiterate, neither Alpine Group nor the Charles M. Kim Foundation, VI, will use this building for profit. This building will still belong to the U.S. VI government, and this project will be a gift to the people of the Virgin Islands. We hope with the approval of this lease, we can preserve the history and heritage of the people of Virgin Islands for generations to come. Thank you, Senators, for your time and consideration. I do have a slideshow that I would like to present, if the media can put that up as well.
There it is. Media have put up the slide presentation. You may narrate.
Okay. Again, the Virgin Islands Museum. I wanted to start off with talking about our past. So this building was built in early 1900s, 1914 is when it was actually built, right? When they built this building, there was a lot more integration from countries into the Virgin Islands. This was built during the Danish era. There was a lot of trade between Germany, Denmark, France, and different areas, and they would all pass through here to be able to get their goods and their textiles and their wares before they make their different initiatives. What's significant about this building? At some point in the history, before the American government took over the U.S. Virgin Islands or purchased the U.S. Virgin Islands for $25 million, there was actually an antenna tower that would send signals to and from South America for the Germans. And that's what made it an increased priority by the U.S. government to purchase the U.S. Virgin Islands because of the influence, the German influence in this area during that time. So can I have the next slide, please? That's what the tower was. The tower, they had that antenna in the tower, and they utilized that tower to do it. Okay, the location, the Hamburg building, parcel number 48, construction period, the purpose, all of those things are in it. Let's go to the next, let's go to the building. We took some pictures of it and its current structural conditions. As Assistant Commissioner Richard said, there is some deterioration in the building, major deterioration. And we wanted to be able to present this to the body. Next slide. This is west, looking at the building from Fort Christian. You could look at, and you could see how the roof has already created mold. If you go inside the building, it is very difficult to breathe in there because the mold has become such a problem within that building. Next slide. So because of falling debris from the building and it's in a high traffic area, you notice the taxi drivers are there. This is the taxi drop-off. We also, I don't know if it'll be noted in the record, but we got the Best Taxi, who drops passengers from the cruise ship right in front of that building. We got a letter of support from the community, from Best Taxi, to support this, as well as the Chamber of Commerce, and also, I think, 81C, which is another art area here, art business in the Virgin Islands. Next slide. Okay, what you're looking at is the outside of the building. The deterioration of this building is over 50% section loss, meaning that not only are you seeing spalling, but the actual steel itself has completely rusted out. The area that you're looking at is one of the main pillars that hold up this building. If you look to the left side, you'll see where it's completely crumbling. It'll take anything strong could really bring down this building. It's an imminent concern. I don't know if you all remember, about 10 years ago, there was a building right there on the backside where Lutheran Church is. It's now like an open parking lot. One day that building just fell down. Sorry, by squirrel cage, yes. Thank you, Senator Joseph. That building fell down. This building is in serious trouble. Next slide. We wanted to take a shot of the corners of this building, and all of this was done through Buildtech. The firm is an engineering firm out of St. Croix, who we came and did the assessment for it. If you look at the level of spalling, it's literally busting apart. And it's severe corrosion. This is about, they say 50% of the beam is completely gone, but the concrete is 100% deteriorated. Next slide. The wood that you saw on the outside, that wood, this is the back side of that. And these are the columns holding up that building. This building has, it's literally and figuratively on its last leg. So this is what you're seeing. This is 100% concrete last, 50% steel, compromised. Next slide. So I thought this was an important picture because even the legislature felt it was necessary to move out of this building. So this was the last folks that was there, was the government of the Virgin Islands legislature. About 30 years ago, yeah. All right, next slide. So this is, again, some more structural issues on the other side where you really can't see because it's blocked by the building. You'll see 100% section loss. So this is the side closest to where the shoe store is. I am very concerned for that building because I feel if with my strength or any human strength, if they push too hard, that whole section will fall. And that will go towards, it'll fall on the other building. So even when we're doing the demolition, we have to be very careful because there's the surrounding buildings and the fragility of the integrity of this building. Move, next slide. Again, this is not as badly corroded, but you see where the steel is literally busting from the concrete. All right, I wanted to get a close-up shot for you. Usually rebar has like little circular steel plates around it. All of that is gone. It's now down to shreds. This is shreds. And if you could look at it, you could clearly see the particles of sand in there if you look close. Next slide. All right, so I want to talk about the future. This is what the building would look like if the legislature ratifies this building. We're going to bring it back to exactly how it looked and bring it back to where it's structurally sound because it's going to be holding some of the precious jewels of the Virgin Islands, which is our art. Next slide. So nationally, the arts across the nation generate about $36 to about $40 billion a year in the arts, and it has roughly about 1.3 million jobs. The government can reap up to $790 million in revenues nationally for it. If we fix this building up and have the opportunity to fix it up, this gives us a place where art can be sold, Virgin Islands art could be sold, Virgin Islands art could be supported and stored, and we could be able to actually build a commerce around art in the Virgin Islands. So if folks that come off from the ships and they want to be able to purchase local art, they could come right in there and be able to purchase that art from that museum, as that's where the taxi drop-off point is. It is giving us an opportunity to also enhance our tourism product. Next slide. So I really went back and forth with the team at Alpine and the Charles Kim Foundation folks, because I wanted to create a room that captures the spirit of our people. This is what I call our cultural rooms. I would like for everyone to imagine having all the queens, the festivals on St. Croix, the carnival queens of all the past and the future, their pictures up along the walls of this of this room, so that in history everybody could know who was the first festival queen, who was the 20th festival queen on St. Croix. All of our queens need to be represented and shown in history, that from in 100 years, our people know this was us. The carnival costumes, we used to do something called King and Queens of the Bands. This is someplace I want to display the winner of the King and Queens of our bands and have their costumes in there so that generations to come could know this is where our culture started and where we're going. This is an opportunity for us to be able to really preserve our culture. Next slide, please. So we have to show about whence we came. I think it was President Eisenhower that came to the U.S. Virgin Islands, and he said, you know, the Virgin Islands is what you call the poorhouse. He said that. Our people didn't think we were poor. We thought that we were living and living well. If you look, I purposely put in pictures of our coal pots. Looking at the design of our coal pots from time we were enslaved to how it evolved to where we know as the cultural coal pots. You notice the lady is using an open type coal pot. That was one of the first ones that were made out of cast iron. And the enslaved used to work with it. And the furthest end is one where you notice where the folks who believe in the Rastafarian religion, they have that type of ital pot. We have that part as well. I made sure the image was that. And if you look, I wanted to show, if you go to the market right now, you would show the type of, the onions and the type of food that we had here in the Virgin Islands. This is important to us. This is going to speak to our music, to where we came, the food that we had. The great Senator Cord Valley, I remember one year I was in St. Croix, and Senator Cord Valley introduced me to a woman named Miss Hansen Boutwell at Agricultural Fair, and she made this thing called marfé. Marfé is a food that came from our time when we were enslaved. Our children don't know about marfé. I didn't know about marfé, but Honorable Cord Valley was the one that introduced me to marfé, of something that was 200 years ago, but I was able to eat it today. I want the children of the Virgin Islands to know about marfé, about our food, about our traditions. So I want to thank, on record, the Honorable Senator Cord Valley. He stepped away, but I want to thank him on record for introducing me to my past. Thank you, sir. Move on to the next symbol. So while we lived in tenement houses, the rich at the time, at that period, lived in opulence. And this was a part of what they had in there. This was the fine Caribbean type furniture. I would love to be able, for the museum, to be able to teach weaving, so we could teach our students how to be able to create this furniture. We had Mr. Richards. He recently passed not too long ago, but he was one of the last few weavers that could have taught us, our children, how to be able to make furniture out of mahogany and using the weaving practice to be able to do it, which is a part of our traditions and culture. This period is between the 1916 and 1900s. This is where what the gentleman, oh Lord, it's escaping me now. Help me, Senator Joseph. the governor that gave us our freedom. Van Schulten, yes. Peter Van Schulten, yes, I forget. Thank you so much. Peter Van Schulten, that's the kind of houses that they lived in at the time, during that period. From today forth, we are free. We are free from today forth. But we got to remember our past. Next slide. They put me back up again. All right. So we want to be able to show, you remember we talk about Cowfoot Lady, we talk about the different folklore that we had. We want to be able to bring those exhibits to the people so that our children can remember. And Brunansi, I remember Brunansi, we're going to have storytelling there so the kids can learn the oral history of our people. Move to the next slide, please. So, of course, we're having the area where you could do spoken word. You could have a private party there at the museum. You could have the kids come and do tours. So this is where the area will be. They'll have an area we could have an art theater and be able to do spoken word and poetry and different things like that. Move, next slide, please. So this will be the museum. All the funds made from the museum will go back into the museum to be able to keep and support the museum going and to offset the costs that the Kim Foundation and Alpine Group will have to put forward to it. Next slide. So we wanted to incorporate something where if on an afternoon, on a Friday afternoon, or in the morning before you head to the legislature or head to work, you could go upstairs and look over and see the beautiful Charlotte Amalie, Water Island, Hassel Island, and be able to have a cup of coffee. So we're going to have like somewhat of a rooftop lounge and coffee up top so you could be able to see and look over and give an opportunity for our people to enjoy and immerse the beauty of our Charlotte Amalie. Next slide. The Performance Art Theater. This is where you could do the spoken word and the different traditions, right in the heart of town. Next slide. All right, and this is where some of the museum pieces will be put out. Camille Pizarro, all the local artists here. I don't know if you guys know the photographer out of St. Croix. Her name is, I think, Miss St. Croix. She's a really fantastic photographer over there. Miss Kanageta. All of those, our art can be put in that area as well. Next slide. So, our past, but our future. We want to make sure our future still reflects the history of our past. And so we're building the building in what you call historically modern construction. And it's going to last for 200 years. Thank you.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Jason. Charles, you have anyone else testifying from your group?
My team is here to support in questions.
The questions, no problem.
Yeah.
Before we proceed, I want to recognize the presence of Senator, non-committee member, Senator Clifford Joseph. Good morning, Senator. Thank you for joining us. As well as we have from SHPO's office here, we have Mr. Sean Krieger. Good morning and welcome.
Point of information.
Point of information, Senator Maurice James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to correct the record.
Okay.
1931, President Herbert Hoover
Okay, how about
called the
Hoover?
Virgin Islands an effective poorhouse. That's all I wanted to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's keep the record clean. Yes,
Mea
thank you for
culpa,
that.
mea culpa.
Yes. Thank you. All right. Colleagues, there we have it. We have these two measures before us. Bill number 36-0028, the Tropical Marine Inc., as well as the bill number 36-0040. I also wanted to indicate that in regards to bill number 36-0040, we did in fact have three submittals of support letters. That's been uploaded to the drive and be made available. One came from Mr. John Woods, the president of the Chamber of Commerce. We have from Kerry Harrigan, from Best Taxi, and we have from 81C Arts, Zach Zook. So all of those letters are available for your review and has been made a part of the package today. All right, we'll I'll take a 2 minutes recess for a refresh before we open up the floor for questions. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands in recess for 2 minutes. We're out of recess, and we have the pleasure of having some students here from the 4th grade class of Joseph Gomez Elementary School with us this morning. Good morning, students, and welcome to the Legislature of the Virgin Islands, the Earle B. Ottley Legislative Chambers. Colleagues from St. Croix, we have a little treat with us today. I'm sorry that you're missing out, but certainly we have a whole bunch of students here from the Joseph Gomez Elementary School, and they're here on a field trip. They're visiting. They went over to the fort earlier this morning. They're here at the legislature, and they'll be going to Government House as well. So we want to welcome them here and thank them for stopping into the legislature of the Virgin Islands. All right. Very well. At this time, we'll take a quick picture. So we'll go back and recess, and then we'll resume with our hearing. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance in recess for 2 more minutes. And we are out of recess. Again, we're in the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance of March 18th, 2025. And before we went on that break, we certainly were discussing two lease agreements before us, Bill number 36-0028, as well as Bill number 36-0040. Before we open up the floor to my colleagues for questioning, which will be a 5-minute round, I wanted to ask you, Mr. Assistant Commissioner, in respect to the length of time that have been decided for the proposed lease on the Hamburg property. And of course, we're hearing a proposal of perhaps 200 years, first year being 100 years, and then an extension of 50 and 50. Was that discussed with you, and is Property and Procurement in agreement with such a request?
Senator Vincent Richards from the Department of Property and Procurement. The request was made. The department asked for supporting commentary as to why the length of time, and we were satisfied with the answer that we got. It's a multi-generational project. It's a very significant investment. The cost continues to escalate every day we speak. I mean, when we first started, I believe the price was at around $5 million for the project, and it just continues to go up and up and up, and they're still here. So we looked at what the proposed lessee and their company that does business in the Virgin Islands does in the Virgin Islands, and if they're making a commitment that they want to be here, continuing doing what they're doing business and supporting nonprofit and bolstering our economy, we are in full support of that. So for me, this project is like a seed and for fruit tree, and it's not being grafted. It's going to take time, and it's going to bear fruit for a long time. And it's a multi-generational project and a multi-generational investment, and we're in full support of it.
Okay, and the request was for the 100 years and 50-year extension. That's what's agreed upon?
It's a 99-year lease, and if at the end of 99 years that they have done what they said they're going to do, there's an option to continue moving forward.
Do we have similar lease within the government of the Virgin Islands on the property and procurement for 99 years?
Yes, we do. I believe the last one, the most recent one that we did was with the Hotel and the Key. I believe that one works out to somewhere around 90 years, Senator.
Okay. Very well. And Mr. Jason Charles, the same question to you in regards to the length of time.
So I think it is something where, you know, I would raise a red flag if I sat in your seat. I definitely would. And the reason why I would raise a red flag is, like, are we giving these people our building for 100 years? Like, what does that mean? But there's two things that is I truly believe in. The government of the Virgin Islands first has the ability at any time to revoke any leases if they truly want to. They can. If they find measure, they can revoke it. All right? That's the first thing. But the second reason why I think it's important is, you know, we have a challenge in the Virgin Islands where we build things, but we're not able to maintain them. If you look across the government, you'll see that the government have moved out of their buildings and moved into other places, and then when the building has been deteriorated, they move from someplace else. What this offers is a twofold project, which allows for the government to continue to maintain ownership of their buildings. And the second piece is to make sure that this maintenance of their buildings will always be a part of their responsibility, which is Alpine and the Charles Kim Foundation. And the third significant piece is that we just had a whole bunch of children from Gomez School, and I was a little bit shocked that they didn't know who Governor Farrelly was. You know, they didn't know who our people are. And I want to be able to provide a space in the Virgin Islands where we could not only learn about our culture and the people who influence our culture, but for those folks, those kids 200 years from now could know who Senator Novell Francis is, Senator Dwayne DeGraff is, and Senator Cord Vele is. This gives us an opportunity to have a place that can secure our history in the U.S. Virgin Islands that belongs to the government of the Virgin Islands. The state of New York has a similar foundation called Rockefeller Foundation, and some of the most priceless historic artifacts of New York is stored in that Rockefeller, and it was done by Rockefeller. I forgot the original Rockefeller name. He did this almost 100 years ago, and it still lives on today. So the Vanderbilts did it for the part of the country that they were in. This is an opportunity to preserve and protect the culture of the people of the Virgin Islands.
Very well. Thank you for your response there. And before, again, we proceed, I wanted to ask you, Ms. Ruan, in regards to the marina, how many slips or moorings do you have at the marina currently? Use the mic, please.
We have about 25 in the water, and on dry land have about 80.
About 80?
Yes.
Okay. And all of the moorings are occupied at this time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, thank you. All right, so I'll open up to a 5-minute round to my colleagues, and the rules of engagement, will at least the order at this time will be Senator DeGraff, Senator Lewis, Senator Frederick, Senator Fonseca, Senator James, Senator VLA, Senator Carla Joseph, Senator Clifford Joseph, and of course the bill proponent, Senator Milton Potter, will go last. At this time, Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Yeah, good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Ms. Ruan, I had the opportunity, I knew your husband from back in the Ruan Marina days. The property that you're talking about, the additional piece of property, is on the side where you used to have what they would call the patch?
On the opposite side.
The opposite side, back of where the two-story building is being built right now?
A little closer coming to town, like almost directly across from Good Luck Grocery, used to be.
Okay, where around the corner? Okay, I get what you're saying, further down. Okay, so...
If I may, Vincent Richards,
yes.
It's between the patch and the building that you're talking about, the two-story building that you're talking about.
Oh, okay.
That's where the main entrance is.
That's where the main marina
That's where the main marina, but the
additional
the subject property is a little further west. It's on the western side of the two-story building.
Okay, yeah, I know the area, familiar with the area. Now, how many people, well, first of all, I'd like to see, how come your son ain't here?
One of them isn't feeling very well, and the other one is in charge right now.
Okay, because it's a great honor to have the matriarch here, the mom. I just hope he ain't hiding behind here. I mean, I know that's not the case.
He wanted to come, but there were several boats that were coming from Puerto
Ms. Ruan, I ask that you speak within the mic, please.
Speak into the mic, yes, so we can hear you.
We had several boats that supposed to check in this morning, and so my grandson went to them.
Okay, great. Mr. Charles, if we ever got to sell ice at Eskimo, I go call for you, man. But we got to sell ice. But I would like to say that Von Scholten didn't give us freedom.
We took it, yeah.
Remember that. A lot of people lost their life for the freedom here in this territory.
We took it, yes.
And for me, personally, there's a certain history back I wanted, with the advantageousness of AI, you can walk around history in your phone. You could pull up your phone, pull up the app, and you see all the history. The things that were done to our people under slavery, me personally don't care to remember it or for it to be glorified in any way. My personal opinion. That's it. Now, for the 99 years, I understand the first, are the 250-year additional automatic?
No, it's optional. Oh, sorry.
Vincent Richards, Department of Property and Procurement. Senator, they're not automatic. If at the end of the initial term, or if at the end of the initial term, the lessee does not perform what they're supposed to do, it can be terminated at that point.
Okay. If Mr. Charles gonna be there, it's gonna happen, but it's gonna be a little tough if he ain't there. Now, for the investment, what is the total investment that you say that the government of the Virgin has? Because, I mean, like you say, red flag, sense from nonsense.
Yes.
You make an investment in my home free, no charge to me, paying me $1,200 a month. A year? What is it, $1,200 a month or a year?
It's Vincent Richards. It's $1,200 per year.
Per year?
Yes.
You paying back $1,200 per month and building up a building for Virgin Islands, no cost to the government. What is the catch?
The catch is
yes.
The catch is, you know, let me give you a little bit of my story, all right?
Well, okay, I have about a minute and a half.
Okay, well, the short version is,
yeah.
Ms. Kim could tell you about it. They have come here and they have loved the Virgin Islands to the point where they have invested in young people like me, in Malik.
1 minute.
In so many of us. And so this is their home and they want to put down roots here, not a long term. Ms. Kim, I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, please.
So you ask us, what's the catch? And throughout the many years we've been here, and with all the other philanthropic endeavors that we've took on, we've heard that so many times. What's the catch? What's the catch? It's too good to be true. But there is really, really no catch.
30 seconds.
It's just that, you know, we understand the importance of, well, we've actually learned this from the Virgin Islands, the importance of being a part of a community and the importance of giving back to sustain.
You know, it makes a big difference to hear you say it, you know, being an heir and everything.
Yeah.
One final question I got for you, Ms. Kim. You know what Savannah is?
Yes, I know where
You know what Savannah is?
Yes.
Time.
You're on the ball, man. Thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Before we go on to Senator Lewis for his 5 minutes, I wanted to ask you, Mr. Krieger, because of course SHPO has been involved in this. You know, what's your position or your discussion in respect to the establishment of this VI museum, and how do you see this as an important component and a requirement entity within our industry right now?
Thank you, Senator Francis. Sean L. Krieger, Director, PNR, State Historic Preservation Office. So the project was initially reviewed by the St. Thomas and John Historic Preservation Committee, and it is still in process of being reviewed. But like you have heard from the testimony, Senator, the committee is in support of this project. They recognize the benefit of it and what it will mean for the community to have a state-of-the-art art museum in the town. Like any, you know, major city center throughout the United States, art museum of this caliber is an important part of our cultural heritage and, you know, aspect for community engagement and also tourism.
Thank you very much for that. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Avery Lewis. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Good morning.
Good day.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers.
Good day, Senator.
Good morning, Virgin Islands. Before I begin, may I run a question, and I'd like to say big congratulations to Dr. Sophia George, who yesterday had the investiture ceremony for. She's the 6th president and first alumni to be to the helm as the president of the University of the Virgin Islands. And it really made me feel great to know that the timing couldn't be any better as we celebrate Women's History Month. So congratulations to Ms. Sophia George. And along the lines of that, I see it took 4 women to bring 4 classes here from Joseph Gomez to the chambers this morning, and those are my former colleagues, you know, and I'd like to recognize them, Ms. Turnbull Wilson, Ms. Bellot, Ms. Charles, and Ms. Samuel Hodge. And I'd also like to thank the children for coming here, and I thank my colleagues for imparting a little bit of knowledge they did this morning with them. Thank the chairman for even pausing this session to have this conversation with them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Ruan, good morning.
Good morning.
In your testimony or in this document I see here, you with this lease, you plan to put another marina, a dock?
This lease does not ask for a dock.
Build an adjacent boat dock and boardwalk?
Say that. I'm sorry?
Mr. Richards, sorry.
Vincent Richards for the Department of Property and Procurement. Senator, this property is adjacent to their docking facility, and it basically supports parking and it supports access to a docking facility. Their docking facility is on the water, which is on submerged land, DPNR managed submerged land. So it's access to the dock, but it'll support the facilities that goes along with operating a marina service.
Okay. Mr. Richards, again, as it pertains to the Hamburg property, where do we come up with the formula for the $1,200 annually?
Vincent Richards, good question, Senator. The $1,200 per annum is a policy that was developed inside the Department of Property and Procurement to basically keep track of our property. It's the minimal that we do, and we extend it to nonprofit organizations.
All right. Mr. Krieger?
Yes, Senator.
So I know you have been working close with Mr. Kim and the foundation and everything. So what do you foresee this museum to be like?
Thank you, Sean L. Krieger, Director. So we see it as a positive contribution to the community. So, Senator, I'd like to put on the record that the committee still has a review to complete with the family for this project. What the committee issued was a letter of support so that they could, go through this lease review process, but it still will require a final design review before the Historic Preservation Commission.
1 minute.
All right. Ms. Kim?
Yes.
If you don't, ask you a question.
Yes.
You ever been to the Smithsonian Institute?
Yes, I have.
You been there?
Yes.
That's what you vision here in the Virgin Islands?
Well,
something similar?
It's interesting is every town or city that prospers has some form of art museum, be it the Metropolitan Museum or the Smithsonian or whatever it is, or the Louvre or whatever it is. And I feel like this is what is missing here.
30 seconds.
We have beautiful beaches, amazing culture, histories. There's nowhere to store it where the younger generation can learn from and move forward from. So that's kind of how I envision this space. Would be a place where kids like the kids that came today could go to as a field trip to have like an area where they could learn everything simultaneously in 1 or 2 trips.
Time.
Mr. Chair, if I just ask one. Mr. Charles, outside of the Virgin Islands, how do you plan to market the museum?
Well, the foundation will be the ones handling that. But what I do see it as, it's going to be a plus for our tourism industry. And I'm sure that we wouldn't have to really be the ones to market it because the excursion companies, the cruise ships, all those different folks will say, hey, listen, this is another added value product to our downtown. So while you may have jewelry, you may have like T-shirts, you can be able to find fine art in this district and do art tours. So my expectations at some point is that those folks who do the excursions and destination travels will be out there talking to us, moving it forward so that they can be able to have space to be able to say, okay, on this lot, we want to bring down 200 guests to your museum. And I see it from that perspective. Because this is going to be the first of its kind in the actual facility where cruise ship folks come off the dock and work. I haven't seen it in Mexico. I haven't seen it in St. Lucia. I haven't seen it in St. Kitts. I haven't seen it anywhere else. This is somewhere where you automatically walk right into a place where somewhat of an art district. You have the Fort Christian right across the street. You have us here. I know they were doing some type of in the Grand Hotel. I know they were trying to do some type of historical rum center there. I don't know if that's happening still. But what I'm seeing happening is a budding art district right now, and this is a perfect opportunity to be able to get that district up and running with government support and the ratification of your vote.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the flexibility. Thank you, testifiers, for your responses.
Thank you very much, Senator Lewis, for your line of questions. Everywhere I go, I want to go to a museum and an aquarium.
Yes.
That's what I like to go to. So, Mr. Charles, in regards to Ms. Kim, part of the lease agreement here calls for a performance bond of $5 million in an escrow account. Are you prepared to do that for the demolition?
Would you like me to go?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to speak on behalf. We are prepared to make sure that the government is comfortable, and the government request was $5 million, so that $5 million will be deposited as soon as the lease is ratified, and we're in a position to move forward. We will put that money down because we want to make sure that if anything happens, the government is not going to be will not be liable. They can call that bond in at any time if need be. But I do expect that, from when we started this project, it took about 2 years to get it out of property and procurement. But since we started this, and I love property and procurement, that's my guy over there, Vincent. But it's going to require, I think, based on that, the escalation of costs. $5 million is what we started out with, but I'm sure it might eventually grow.
In addition to that, there's also a $1 million liability insurance as well.
Yeah, that we can take care of it. That's not a problem. I'm sure we'll be okay.
Okay. Yeah. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Hubert Fredericks. Before I do that, let me recognize the presence of Senator Kenneth Gittins, the Senate Vice President. Good day, sir. Thank you for joining us. We recognize Senator.
Good day. I have a quick point of inquiry.
You may proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. I wanted to ask quickly if we could get a clarification. While I was looking at this, I think the one report had $12,000 for annual rent, but the bill in itself in the lease says an annual rent of $1,200. Can I get a clarification there, please?
Sure. Assistant Commissioner.
Vincent Richards, Property and Procurement. Senator, the annual lease is $1,200 payable at $100 per month.
That satisfy your inquiry, Senator?
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. At this time, we'll recognize Senator Hubert Fredericks. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, listening and viewing audience. A pleasant good day to the beautiful Virgin Islands. My question as it relates to the first bill, Ms. Ruan, thank you so much to your family and their sacrifice and contribution to our community for running such a fine business. It's good to see local business owners expanding and trying to help our economy. So thank you so much for that. My question was, we're talking about 100-year leases and 50-year leases. Are you comfortable with the 50-year option lease that's being proposed, or would you have preferred a higher number?
There is an option for 10 and 10 after the 50.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. I'm saying initially 50 was what was proposed in the lease agreement. We have another lease that's saying 100, so were you comfortable with the 50?
Yes.
Okay, so the return on your investment over 50 years will yield you sufficient returns that you think that's a good deal?
Say that again, please.
The return on the investment that you're going to make over the next 50 years is adequate for you? You think that's a fair return on your investment?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're gonna start developing a walkway, a boardwalk, retail stores, and your bond is, your insurance liability bond is a minimum of $1 million we're asking, but the fact that the public is gonna be involved and this is a commercial venture, don't you think that's a little low?
What, the insurance?
Yes, ma'am.
We ask our customers to be insured as far as their boats are concerned. I didn't think it was low.
You don't think that's low?
No, the $1 million insurance? No.
Okay. I'm gonna ask the chair if you would please provide us with the policy that you're planning on utilizing. Through this chair, if you would, Mr. Chair.
So I acknowledge your request. I acknowledge your request for that policy document.
Thank you. Let's talk about the construction period. Is it going to be 24 months to put together some of the leasehold improvement that you're talking about, Ms. Ruin?
Well, we are already in business, and this construction period is giving us a chance to improve what we have.
This is in addition to what's currently there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm sorry, but I didn't see, I don't know what's currently there, so please forgive me if I'm asking these questions. All right, so let's go on to the second lease. My question would be—
1 minute.
There's a $5 million performance bond. There's also a $5 million cash bond. Are those two separate entities, or one is a cash bond and one is a performance bond? Can someone explain that to us?
Vincent Richards for the Department of Property and Procurement. Senator, good question. Number one, this lease agreement took a couple years because we've been going back and forth for a couple of years to make sure we get it just right.
30 seconds.
One of the concerns was that the cost of the project kept escalating. We wanted to make sure that the commitment was there. We requested a bond be placed in escrow during demolition to assure that the project was done and the building was demolished and it would be reconstructed. So the cash bond is going to be placed in escrow during demolition, and then after they start construction, there's going to be a performance bond by the contractor itself to make sure the project is completed to end.
So after the demolition, there will be a performance bond of $5 million in place?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, that's not how it was presented to us. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fredericks. Next, the chair will recognize Senator Fonseca. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair, and a pleasant good morning to all the listening and viewing audience. I'd like to congratulate Vincent, the Assistant Commissioner, with 2 other good proposals before the committee today. Ms. Rowan, so this is, you know Ms. Henley, Lucia Henley, who to be under the tree there?
Yes, I do.
Is it on that side or on the side with the bus stop?
It's on the opposite side to Ms. Henley.
Okay. Awesome investment, and continue the good work that you and your family have been doing in the marine industry in the Virgin Islands, specifically St. Thomas. I wanted to go quickly to the Charles M. Kim Foundation. You know, we took a look at it. We did some good research. Congratulations. We looked at the Alpine Group. We noticed that Mr. Kim, Charles Kim, is co-founder of the Alpine Group. You know, it's so wonderful where the Virgin Islands now have an opportunity to welcome a philanthropist. You know, this group here is a renowned philanthropist organization, and they basically willing to donate to the group. And so I wanted to express that point, because you didn't go through it, because I noticed that with the Binghamton University, you provide a scholarship for VI students. Give us a little bit of information so that the Virgin Islands can see what you have been doing for the community.
You want me or her to do it?
Either one.
Okay, so so when I started out in Alpine in 2010, I got two mandates. One mandate was for Mr. Kim to, you know, make sure that we really invest in the community. Our office is in Red Hook, and one of the things that he would always say is he'd see young guys trying to sell narcotics, and they were really, really bad at it, So he was like, you know, you got to teach these people a different way of life, a different way to do things. So he supported a nonprofit called Junior Achievement, where he financed to teach kids to be able to start their own businesses, right? So that they could be able to learn to feed themselves. The second piece of that was that he wanted to be able to understand the dynamics of the community and being able to invest in that community and why the people, you know, why there were little divides between the people. And so he really wanted to be able to offer programs that would allow for all of us to come together, whether you go to public school or whether you go to private school. And so Junior Achievement was a part of that key initiative where we would take students from Charlotte Amalie, Antilles, Montezuma, All Saints, and schools on St. Croix, Good Hope, Central and Complex. That's how I met Senator Cord Vele, because I brought the program to his school. So, and this was back in 2000, and he was a principal back in that time. So the goal was to bring our kids together so that they could be able to understand and learn about business and learn about opportunities. We have focused ourselves historically in raising our children and saying, listen, come back home, get a good government job. One of the things that we wanted to do is to be able to inspire young people to start their own businesses, to be the champions of their own success. And so the Kims really feel deeply about that. And they're also passionate about art. So they have they're also doing a similar organization that they have in New York. I think Ms. Kim could speak about that a little bit more. That they also have up and running as well.
Okay, well, on the chair's time, because I want to get my minutes. So I looked at the lady with the iron pot.
Yes.
And I think she have a pestle in her hand.
Mortar and pestle, yeah.
You know,
1 minute.
The fruits, the onions and the celery and thing, I would eat them. Those fruits had looked like they were homegrown.
Yes.
You know, so that's good.
Yeah.
You know, it's a great project, and you know, I wanted to point out here that this is something that's really, really valuable. This is a real historical, you know, and I keep saying that, you know, when something is historical, it shoots out right away, because you can see that something significant has happened and it has a value. So this is a great project. It's going to be about $19 million investment, maybe more. That is good. You know, the courthouse was there, the VIPD was there, the legislature was there. I believe the legislature may even still have a couple articles in there. So this organization, the the King Foundation, is definitely my support, and Ms. Ruan, definitely both of these are good, and I will definitely be supporting both of these at the appropriate time. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Next, the chair will recognize Senator Maurice C. James. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Virgin Islands, and good morning, testifiers. Good morning to everyone inside and outside of this room.
Morning.
I want to begin first with Mr. Richards. I'm trying to just be clear on the lease agreement with Tropical Marine, Bill number 36-0028. Is this a renewal of a lease, or let me explain or direct you to what I read. In your testimony, it says Tropical Marine has been the lessee of the premises since November 2005, and they have consistently kept their account in good standing. So that's 20 years already. So is this bill extending the lease for another 50 years? And why does the bill say initial term of 50 years? Or is it a different part of a different portion of the premises? Can you explain to me exactly what we're entering into here?
Vincent Richards from the Department of Property and Procurement. Senator, very good question. The Tropical Marine is currently the lessee of the subject property. Their lease agreement is about to expire. They've come to us and asked us to extend. We started a conversation, I believe, at around about 30-year lease agreement. After some extensive discussions and after understanding the scope of the work and the improvement that they're going to be doing to the property, we decided to extend it to 50 years with an option with 2 additional 10 years. That brings it a total of 70 years. I'll be happy to give you a tour of the property next time you're on island. The Ruan family owns property both on the east and the west side of this subject property, and they are investing in their property as well as the government-owned property that's in the middle as well. So there is to answer your question shortly, there is an existing agreement, but it's about to expire.
Good. Okay. Yeah. Because I was trying to understand. So they've been an excellent tenant for 20 years already, but you're now extending for another 50 with 2 10-year additional options, correct?
Yes, Senator.
So at the end of that time, it would have been 20 plus 50 plus another 20, correct? if they exercise the renewal options.
Yes, Senator. Once they remain in good standing, yes, Senator.
Okay. And I understand that they have, based on your testimony, they've made significant investment on the property that they're leasing from the government. Do you know do you have a number figure for that, or a ballpark figure maybe? Or does Ms. Ruan know offhand, over the 20 years, how much investment in dollar value have they put into the property that they're leasing from the government?
I'll yield that question to Ms. Ruan. But Senator, one thing I must say is in the original lease agreement that I've seen, the photographs of the property that they now lease, there was refrigerators and stoves and mattresses and stuff in the bushes and throughout the property when they first went there, and it's been cleaned up now. And so I'll let her answer the question.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ruan. First of all, I want to commend you on what you've done so far in developing a successful business for you and your husband and for generations to come. So I want to commend you on that. I was just wondering, since you're going to put another, I believe, approximately $500,000 to continue improvement, how much have you put in, if you know, over the last 20 years that you've leased from the government of the VA?
Like it was explained, I do own land on both sides of the rented land. I cannot tell you exactly how much I put in my my owned portion versus the rented land, but it has been quite a bit.
Okay, I just want to say that I commend you and your family for what you've done. Quickly, because I think I have a minute, I just wanted to ask the other testifier for the other bill, with respect to the Virgin Islands Museum of Art, are you going to create a a separate board that would be overseeing the Virgin
30
Islands Museum
seconds.
of Art?
So
That's from Mr. Charles with the Virgin Islands Museum of Art.
All right.
It's the Kim Foundation doing business
Foundation, yeah.
as is what I'm seeing in the bill. That's how the bill reads.
Yeah.
And I was going to, which I found interesting, doing business as, because you said it's not for profit. However, are you going to create a separate board oversee the Virgin Islands Museum of Art? That's the question.
Well, I think our first goal was really to even see if this project is viable to pass the merits of the legislature and the central government. As long as I'm in place, and I plan to be in place a long time with the Kim family, this is home for me. I will push to ensure that this board has on it a seat for our people, to make sure our people sits on the board that will operate within the Kim Foundation that represents us here. And of course, we have gentlemen like Vernon Arujo, who is a part of the Council of the Arts, and we have a few other key individuals. So we're definitely going to have it set up where there's definitely going to have not just folks from New York or any place else, but our people are going to have a strong say in the development, because it's our art, it's our culture. So it has to be reflective of us. And interestingly enough, Senator, I just saw a video of you as a carnival queen. So I hope that when this thing passes, I could put up your face and your picture in the room of our heritage and culture. Okay?
You know, I got crucial on you right now. Me, where were you with that one? And by the way, I'm going to make it clear that there is a carnival queen and a festival queen.
Yes, I know you're not
but I was Miss Virgin Islands, which is not either of those. So there's the St. Thomas, the St. Croix, and then there's the Virgin Islands. Since you decided to go there with me, however, I want to say, you're laughing, Jason. Okay, I just want to say this, Mr. Chair, that I actually I only meant whether you were going to have a board, but I would have expected that since it is a Virgin Islands Museum of Art, that you would in fact have people who lived the experience in the Virgin Islands, the artists, the musicians, the people who know art to participate in the vision that I saw you put up. So that's where my question really was going. So thank you, Mr. Charles.
Yeah.
And
well, one of the things
I
want to point out one more thing though. It's important that we work with stakeholders. So on St. Croix, we have the Wind Museum. I look forward to beginning discussions with the Wind Museum to be able to feature their art and be able to get direction of how we can be able to partner and collaborate here, whether it may be possibly a board seat or something, but we need to make sure that our community is much more organized and that there's a viable seat here. So we're definitely gonna be making sure that happens.
Thank you and best wishes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Virgin Islands and Senator James. We appreciate your comments there. And of course, I think even if we don't have a board, a separate board, I think an advisory group with all of the, certainly the individuals, the expertise, could certainly have a seat at the table. Next, we'll recognize Senator Kurt VLA for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, testifiers. Good morning to my colleagues. Both proposals are pretty good. Well, I have concerns, but both are pretty good. Rowan, I think you're okay. And in my estimation, I love the concept of the museum because we definitely need that. It can definitely be used as an excursion for cruise ships. And it would bring value to Charlotte Amalie and change that particular area from just being an area in which you were purchasing high-end products to one which you can learn about the culture of the Virgin Islands. Now, keeping that in mind, we need some protections.
Absolutely.
So I'm trying to read to see how those protections are going to be provided. And your response was, are you the right person to send to testify? Because you know all the different buttons to push and what you need to say, the Virgin Islands, all of that. So you're good at that. So you've done a good job. So I commend you for that so far. But your explanation in reference to the board, I agree and I like it. My concern is, suppose ownership change of the Alpine Group. So wait, I'm just suppose the present composition changes in any way. How are we able to make sure that those protections are going to stay in place in reference of Virgin Islanders being a part of the board and being a part of that project moving forward?
That's an excellent question, Senator Cordvailey. Very excellent question. And the reason why I say it's an excellent question, because I ponder and wonder for myself, how do I ensure that after I leave from a position, how do I make sure that the intent and essence of the cause is done? And that is the fundamentals of the foundation. And what holds us to those fundamentals is the lease agreement. The lease agreement requires that it maintains a nonprofit perspective and it's a museum. So that is the...
Okay, so let's stop there. Section, let's refer to the section so you can read the language.
Okay.
So somebody could look for the section quickly.
Assistant Commissioner, I don't have the lease in front of me, so...
No, we have the lease.
Okay, and I have our attorney here.
Okay,
Yeah.
so attorney, if you could refer to that section. So that's the answer to the next question.
Okay.
Under the lease, the use of the property, the use of the premises for the operation of museums, galleries, or exhibition for community and civic purposes, studios and production of art, culture, and historical materials and associated office, and or retail use and other related properties. So I'm trying to tie in where it says, go ahead, sir.
No, finish your question, sir, please.
I'm trying to tie in where it mandates that a museum must be in that building at all times. Because this lease is to 99 years plus 250-year renewal.
Correct.
So we're going to all be gone. So 30 years from now, 40 years from now, when we're all gone, I want to make sure that the intended purpose still exists. So what part of the lease speaks to that?
Actually, if I may, Honorable, you were exactly there in the use. That is a central requirement for the lease to continue, for them not to be in breach under the usage clause.
Yeah. Okay, so hold on.
Oh, sorry.
One second. An attorney, say
Goldman, I'm sorry, Attorney
Okay.
Lee Goldman.
There's a number of areas that are listed. And then the last sentence says retail use and other related purposes. There's nothing in the way that the language is constructed, Sir Richards, that it says that a museum must be in this building or the lease is void. So I want... Let me finish. My time is going to run out.
Okay.
We're talking about 200 years ago. We're talking a little bit of time. I've never seen a lease this long, right? The longest I've seen was the Hotel and the Key. I think I saw 70 years there and 60 and 3 10-year renewal. But this is a long lease, and it's a lease for $1,200.
Correct.
Because it's under the premise that it's a nonprofit and it's going to add value to the historical and the cultural element of St. Thomas. So based on the fact it's a nonprofit, that is the way it's worded. So how are we going to, by this lease agreement, be able to ensure that the building and the reason and the justification for the $1,200 as a nonprofit is because a museum will be open there? How do we ensure that that is going to take place and that 40 years from now, plans don't change and the whole bottom is retail, and you're charging $10,000 a month or $15,000 a month? What is the discussion there, or the language, not the verbiage, the language that
30
is
seconds.
going to assure us that that is going to take place?
I need to, Jason Charles here, Alpine Securities, I need to point out two things. One is the lease is a 99-year lease with an option to renew, two 50-year renewals, right? That's the first piece that I need to point out. The second piece...
Which equals to what?
Which equals to 200, which would be to 189 years, right? But The lease for now is the substantial portion of it is you could at any time claw back the beginning of the lease or at the 50-year window. You could say the government could say, hey, they don't want to do this anymore. But let me
hold on.
Okay, but I didn't get to the central point though.
I don't want. I gotta stop you.
Okay.
You said the government could claw back, right?
Yes.
The government can only claw back based on the language that is included in the lease.
Correct.
So if the language isn't clear, you have an argument in which you could say, well, it didn't say this or it didn't say that. So I'm saying, I am supporting this project.
Yes.
But I want clear language. Clear language that state that this is for a museum only that is run by a nonprofit. It can't switch.
Okay.
I want language that says that.
Two things. One is in the foundation of the nonprofit. I'm going to let Lee speak on that. In the organization of in the Charles M. Foundation, that's the requirement of the bylaws to make sure it is that way. We could have that submitted to you all if so said. Secondly, I'm going to allow our legal counsel to be able to provide the detail, the drill down of your question.
Okay.
Mr. Goldman.
Mr. Chair, the nonprofit could be dissolved, okay? I'm honestly talking about what in this lease states that based on the fact that this building is being rented for $1,200 that is in one of the best locations on St. Thomas. That's prime property, you know. We're not building a property worth millions. With no building, vacant is worth millions. What ensures that only a nonprofit that is actually operating a museum and the culture and history of the Virgin Islands is allowed to operate in that building for 99 years. How I want a language in here, Vince. Meaning, if you're looking at them, this is your responsibility to protect the interests of the government of the Virgin Islands because this is a wonderful project. But we all saw years ago, I mean, the old man, Mr. Leon Hess, loved the Virgin Islands. He passed away and his children could have gave diddly squat about the facility. Okay? And they ended up leaving the Virgin Islands. So how are we going to put in the protections here now?
Senator, I'd like to chime in on that. This is not a project that our children are going to take over. This is part of what we do as a foundation, and there's going to be a board that runs this, because I'm not going to be alive in 100 years. There's got to be a board, and within the board, to be a board member, the other board members have to vote them in. We are not allowed to.
So hold up,
yes.
hold up. And I hear you.
Yes.
I just want it in the lease that the government of the Virgin Islands is providing. Let me give you the best example, and colleagues are just giving this example. The Kennedy Center. What just happened to the Kennedy Center? What happened to the Kennedy Center? Anybody could change it? They got rid of all of the board members. The president named himself the chair. He named his entire board, and he got rid of anything with DEI in the Kennedy Center. How are we going to protect the Virgin Islands? That's not your job, Ms. Kim. I applaud you guys. I'm going to shake your hands after for bringing this project to the Virgin Islands. But I want property and procurement to protect the Virgin Islands by putting the language in the lease. And that's our responsibility to make sure it's there. It's a 99-year lease for $1,200. It's our responsibility to make sure it's there. It's our responsibility to make sure that they correlate with Mr. I forget your name. Mr. Krieger, you got a crucial last name. To coordinate with Mr. Krieger that this is what is going to happen. We have to do that because this is a wonderful project. I'm going to be your biggest supporter, but I just want the lease.
Yeah.
You can't, this ain't a template lease, Mr. Richards. You can't do a template for this lease. This lease is too big. Too important for the Virgin Islands to just be a basic template and fill in numbers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
If I may make a response, Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you. Thank you very much, Senator Vela. You may respond, Attorney Goldman.
Attorney Lee Goldman, and to address the Honorable Senator's question, this lease was actually painstakingly crafted with significant input from all sides. We had members of property and procurement, we had members of the foundation, we had my office's independent counsel as well as their internal attorneys. We had Jason Charles. We did have input from several other individuals to make sure that this was fulfilling a significant public, cultural, historical, artistic purpose. only and primarily only to benefit the people of the Virgin Islands. Specifically as to your concern, there are two areas that are going to address that. One is the nature of the tenancy itself, that the tenant is the foundation. If the foundation dissolves, the government has the right under Article 9 for cancellation and termination of the lease. And in the alternative, if there is a technical default under the terms of the lease, i.e. if it is used for anything other than a primarily public civic purpose, then Article 9.01, subsection E comes into effect. Default in performance of any of the covenants and conditions, in this case, those covenants you described previously in Section 1.01, are required to be kept and performed by the lessee, and if such default continues for a period of 45 days after receipt of written notice from the lessor, et cetera, et cetera. So I'd refer you to that cancellation and termination provision there, that the government has the right to enforce the usage as they deem appropriate under this lease, under its terms, for those cultural and civic purposes. The specific reason, to my recollection, as to why the word retail was left in there is, you are well aware, most museums have shops where the individuals who contribute to the cultural showings within it have an opportunity to sell those to the public, and we invite the public to participate in our museum and in our culture by purchasing something to take home with them. And that does not in any way, shape, or form redirect from the primary purpose of the building as a museum and cultural center, but rather gives a small area to be used, if so deemed desirable, for people to make purchases while there. Similarly, they would also be able to buy food and drink. That's the whole purpose of the rooftop establishment that's going to be there, is to invite people not just to come visit, but stay there for a while. And the lease was meant to have just enough leeway in it to give those additional purposes to it, and no more.
Senator Viola, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you. I'm not disagreeing with you.
Mm-hmm.
I just want the lease to be clear and strengthened on behalf of the government. A good attorney could look at Article 9, that cancellation and termination, and could easily point out all the loopholes in Article 9 that would allow you to say that you're able to deviate. We just need concise language. What is so hard to have just concise language? One sentence that clearly states that a museum must be operated at the premise by a nonprofit or something along the line. Just clear language to protect the government of the Virgin Islands. We're acting like the government is the best enforcement or willing to do X, Y, and Z. No, we have to make sure that this is tight.
Yeah.
And that's all I'm saying. Just a little bit of amending what is presently here to make sure that the interest of the government is protected. And I'm good. I'm 100% in support. And I like the retail, the individuals upstairs. I have no issue with all of that. But it must be protected.
Correct.
And my last point, I saw you say the wonderful carnival costume, this and that. We got to make sure
Festival as well.
We got to make sure it reflects the Virgin Islands,
yes,
and not other cultures. So we don't want to open a museum and then you have a Trini costume that you're saying is a Virgin Islands costume. We want to make sure that Virgin Islands history is what is going to be in that particular museum, and that's why it's important to have the board, so the board could tell you what is Virgin Islands food, history, culture, etc. Because we are so diverse now that people believe that everything is Virgin Islands. So curry duck and everything is Virgin Islands. No, it's not. We have a distinct culture. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Viola. Next, the chair will recognize Senator Carla J. Joseph. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to everyone. I do have some questions I need to ask. I think these are very critical questions. I'll start first with you, Ms. Rowan. How much have you invested with your business? I know it's been operating for over 45 years here in the Virgin Islands in St. Thomas. And I have to agree with my good colleague from St. Croix that we have to commend you. This is a local, woman-owned business, and you are doing great things, holding down your own and providing generational wealth for your family and by extension, the Virgin Islands. How much have you invested in the Virgin Islands over the year for Tropical Marine? If you could give us just a ballpark number, Ms. Rowan.
4 million, 5 million?
Speak into the mic.
4 or 5 million?
$4 or $5 million here in the Virgin Islands. And you are up to date with all of your taxes.
All
you
taxes.
should be commended and given a great reward as a woman-owned business, local business here in the Virgin Islands. And I want to commend you. I don't have that much questions for you because I understand exactly where this property is located. I used to shop at Good Luck Grocery. I know the area right down there. You could drive through. And so I'm very, very much familiar with it. So I don't have any objections or concerns relative to you and what you plan to do there. I just want to say I commend you. I wish there could be more clones like you. And you will mentor younger people, too, to be business women in our community. I want to ask a couple of questions to the Charles Kim Foundation. I want to commend you as well. You are a good community organization, a good community and upstanding community business. You really support the local people here in the Virgin Islands, and I must commend you for that. You're a philanthropic entity. You want to do good. This building over here is derelict, that is in question. I remember when it used to be the office of the Posada Division for the legislature. I also remember very vividly when we met as part of the late Charles Turnbull transition team. We were over Waiko, and we would meet upstairs. Okay, so this building has a lot of historic functions. Now, I did read in the lease that it does clearly state it's going to be a museum. It states it in the term 1 as far as premises and use, 1.02. But I understand the concerns of the previous speaker. Now, what investment, they said about 500,000. What do you project will be your investment to get this building up and erected?
Okay.
Quickly, don't talk, have no long talk. Just your investment amount.
The investment amount is projected to be at $15 million. I'll let our construction manager have a little bit more input.
Thank you. Say your name.
Good afternoon, everybody. Pat Bailey, construction manager for Alpine Securities. Senator, to answer your question, if you had asked me this 6 months ago, I would have given you a much closer, solid number. We are going We are going to spend an escalating amount above $10 million.
$10 million. That's a sizable.
At the bare minimum.
That's a sizable.
If Mr. Kim asked me the question, I wouldn't tell him the low number. I'd tell him a little bit higher number because we have a long way to go before we're ready. We have design. We have to receive the approval of historic. We're a year or two away from actually starting to build this. And I can't tell you, with the tariffs that are going in on steel, we haven't even decided what building process we're going to use. So
I understand that because things are a bit uncertain. And I want to commend the two individuals and the entities that are here that are willing to invest, given the uncertainty of the market that we are in right now.
Time.
we need to see, and especially the area right there that we are talking about across from the vendor plaza, it's a blight, it's a danger, it's a safety issue to our people. I do appreciate the concerns that were raised, but at the right, and I'm not a member of this committee, but at the appropriate time, I'm going to be voting in the favor of both of these leases. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph, College A. Joseph, for your line of questions. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Clifford Joseph for his 5 minutes. Senator Clifford Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Good afternoon to the listening public. Good afternoon to everyone here in the legislature today. My question, I will begin with the marine time. The legislature have had, the question I want to have is the CZM permit. You had a problem with the CZM permit in a past legislature. Have that been corrected, or that could cause any conflict with your construction?
No. So
the tropical marine.
Tropical marine, common ruin. I did not really understand your question.
Okay. Where they were, okay. You're getting ready to do construction. In the past, you had a problem with your CZM. Have all the issues surrounding the CZM permit application being resolved? And will this be an impact to your construction?
No, it will not be. They are both two separate entities.
Okay, this question, thank you. Thank you for your answer. This question is for Mr. Vincent, for property and procurement anyway. Based on this agreement, the lease is for $2,500 a month, and for a long-term lease, so in 20 years, if the economy is booming, the government is only open for 3%.
Vincent Richards for Property and Procurement. Senator, the lease agreement over the term can escalate annually at a cap, I believe, at 3%. So if you compound that over the time, I mean, it's, as a consumer price index increases, the value of the lease and the payments increase to the Virgin Islands government, Senator. Annually, historically, it's been, pre-COVID, it averages around 1.5% annually, but, intra-COVID, post-COVID, it's been a little bit higher. But the lease agreement will adjust annually based on the consumer price index supplied by the Department of Labor.
Okay, thank you for that answer. But the next question I have: do we have a set formula when it comes to beachfront property versus a property somewhere else belonging to the government? Because I'm not seeing I'm not seeing the difference between beachfront property in rent, looking at a lot of the leases, versus somebody else who is away from a beachfront, and the rents are still kind of close. Could you explain that?
Senator, I beg to differ. The rents are different based on the condition of the property. Number one, this subject property is not beachfront. It is waterfront, but it's not beachfront. I guess best way to describe it, I'll be happy to give you a tour of property next time you're on island. It was marshland or lagoon land. The uses that could be used. The uses that could be done with it are very limited. The vast majority of this this property, this parcel that the government owns, can't be touched. So it's not quote unquote beachfront property. That's the best answer.
Okay.
1 minute.
What factors go into your decision then, based on when you're ready to rent? What factors goes into your decision on cost of rent?
Market research, Senator.
Okay.
Market research.
Thanks for your answer.
Market research and appraisal.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for the answer.
Thank you.
Okay, for the tropical lease, construction period has to pay. You don't have any rent at all to pay for the construction. Is there a reason for that particular one?
30 seconds.
Senator, repeat your question, please.
Okay, you have 5 years for construction, and for that 5 years, how do you come to determination that they don't have to pay any rent at all?
I don't believe that's correct, Senator. I beg to differ on that. I apologize.
That's what it says.
The construction period is
It's for profit. I just want your explanation because it's for the 5 years of construction. There is no rent.
No, Senator. It's a reduced rent for the period.
Time.
Thanks for your answers. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Clifford Joseph. I think, Mr. Assistant Commissioner, is two things. Obviously, we need some clarity on. One is in regards to the discounted amount. You talk about the 2 years, between 1 and 2 year, 24 months, in regards to that there will be a discounted amount afforded to the leasee, pending whatever needs to be done there. I think you need some clarity in respect to that.
Senator, the lease agreement is $30,000 per annum at the rate of $2,500 per month. During month 1 to 24, it's reduced a mere $500 to $2,000 per month for construction period.
So I think that's where the clarity needed to come in. I mean, when you said discounted at 2,000, I think that it's discounted at 500.
At 500,
yes. Right,
yes.
so more so.
Yes, Senator. Thank you.
That is a concern there. Additionally, Ms. Rowan, in respect to the issue of whether or not the pending CZM concern is separate and apart from what you are attempting to do here today. Can you just clarify? You said that there are two separate issues. Do you want to clarify what those two separate issues are?
Well, CZM is building docks, and this is renting adjacent land to my own property.
Right. So there's two separate issues. You're not asking for CZM consideration today.
As far as I know, it is a completely different thing.
Very well. Yeah, that's what I think the senator was trying to clarify, whether or not the pending issue with CZM, whether or not the hampers or prohibits.
The issue with CZM is being addressed and is going forward.
All right. Very well. Thank you. Point of information, Senator Fonseca.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quickly, concerning the impact on the public sewage. So we'll start with Ms. Ruan. Where is the sewage for that facility that you're planning going to tie into? Or is it a treatment plant? And also in town, in the building, where is that sewage going to be tied into? And what is the condition? I don't know if Mr. Bailey, as a construction manager, you've been able to see those lines. I imagine if the building is 100 years old, the lines are probably 100. What's the impact of the sewage? Give me the details of both of these bills.
Do you know what kind of bathroom we have? I have installed the bathroom that CZM requested already.
Okay.
It's a man and a woman, 2 different bathrooms, and they're air conditioned.
Okay, and so the sewage goes into the public line, or you have a treatment plant on
I
site?
have a treatment plan.
Okay, and the treatment plant has already been sized for that new development?
Yes.
Okay, and also, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Senator Pat Bailey, Construction Manager for...
One second, Mr. Bailey. Media, please recognize mic number 3. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody. There is presently a connection from the old building into the government sewer on our building.
Are you going to affect the sewage connection? You're going to replace that as well?
We will provide an entirely new system from our facility and tie it into the existing public works sewer system.
Okay, thanks. Because, you know, I'm so concerned. If you look at our harbor, right, the water is getting, for lack of a better term, filthier and filthier in our harbor. Just go over here to the Senate building by our transportation division, and you can see the water in our harbor is not clean like it used to be. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much. The chair will now recognize Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to all. Again, I truly like the thoughtful proposals shared here today, and do appreciate the effort that seemingly went into these proposals. But Mr. Jason Charles, you thought talking about Murphy today would automatically give you a pass, eh? You know, and as most of you know, I am really about revitalizing our historic downtowns. As a matter of fact, I truly wish that the government of the Virgin Islands would fix up all those buildings that they own and put government government offices in these buildings, or even fix them and lease them. But we know that we won't be leasing them for $100 a month. I do have some serious concerns regarding certain terms in these agreements. And so I'd like for you all to truly revisit the terms and conditions so that it is fair and balanced to all parties involved. Right about now, just looking at it, I truly don't see where the people's interest is truly represented as I look at this, and I think that this is where the Senate comes in. We have to look out for the people's interest. 99 years is extremely a long time to say $100 a month. So hopefully we will go back. I'm glad that I got the clarification too between the post-audit report and what it actually states in the lease. Now, I like the concept too, especially with the location there right next to the, right in the Emancipation Garden area there. Now, have you all actually touched base with individuals to see how you will put in your proposals and make this work for a good cultural experience in that area? I mean, I did hear some of the ideas that you want to put there, but have you actually gone out and touched base with individuals or entities so that if this project does go through, that they will be a part of this?
Who's the correction director?
Yeah, who are you asking that question to, Senator?
Mr. Charles and his team, I guess.
Okay, Mr. Charles.
First of all, good afternoon, Senator Gittens. It's good to see you again, even though it's virtually. I would like to I would like to discuss with you a little bit more about your question. Can you repeat the question one more time, please?
No, the ideas that you put forward that's going to be in that building, I said I like them, but I'm wondering if you've spoken to any entity or individuals that will partner with you all to be in that building, to make sure that we have a true cultural experience there.
I think that's a great question, and one of the reasons why it's such a good question is because to the right of me, at the end of the chair, I have Mr. Sean Krieger, with the Crucian last name, is going to he is going to be one of the folks that's going to be helping us develop the plan and the different ideas.
1 minute.
To move forward. So as a stakeholder, we're not just going to come in and do this. We have to tie it into the different cultural museums that we have already that are existing. We know of the WIM on St. Croix. We have 81C that features local art here. So we're going to do our best to tie in with all the different businesses, as well as our neighboring businesses next to us, and be able to have conversations with them to make sure that it doesn't disrupt what we're doing our construction, to minimize the disruption of the area when we're moving forward. And
30 seconds.
And yes, thank you, and I do look forward to Agricultural Fair, eating some mafia with you too as well. Okay.
I haven't done mafia since the passing of Miss Gloria Canigata Waterman, who taught me. But if I may, in the last couple of seconds, will there be any retail activity on the property? And what about like gift shops and whatnot? Or will they?
Time.
Is it run by the foundation, or you intend to sublease?
No. It's going to be, the museum will be operated by the foundation, and the foundation will operate the gift shops to help artists, local artists, be able to sell their product, as well as to be able to help support the overhead cost of the museum. The foundation will build it. The foundation will support it. But any offset of that cost will, if the museum could generate some revenues to be able to help, to pay a light bill, it's fine, or to buy water.
So that said, are there any proposed admission fees to the museum? And that's it for me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
At some point, there will be an admission fee, but the purpose of it is supposed to be to protect the culture and history of the Virgin Islands. And yes, we will have something, but if students come from public schools or different schools, it's more important for us for them to participate in understanding where they've came from, what their culture is, than to get a fee. This is a labor of love from the Charles Kim and Jean Kim to be able to assess this. This is their gift to the Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Point of information, Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ran out of time earlier, and when my colleague just talked about the public's interest, I have a duty to ask this question. In the lease, and I agree with the counsel for the Kim Foundation that they in fact did negotiate additional paragraphs in their lease, but there's a couple that jump out at me. 6.05, environmental limitation of liability and indemnity. Mr. Charles talked about the fact that there may be asbestos in the building because of the age of the building. And this particular provision basically says that the government of the Virgin Islands shall indemnify, defend, and hold lessee harmless. And that under no circumstances shall they be responsible for any hazardous materials or contamination that existed on the premises prior to lessee's occupancy. And this is from Mr. Richards. Are you comfortable with that language. And I'm going to point out another paragraph that I see in this one that I don't see in the one with the Ruan family, which is that the lessee has the right to terminate if they're unable to complete the construction. There's another one too, but right now I'm a little hesitant. Let me just hear the answers to those first of all, because yes, I do agree that your lease has additional paragraphs, and in addition to the boilerplate language that we see in all the others. But there are some in here that I don't see in the Ruan's lease that jumped out at me when my colleague earlier was specifically talking about the lease agreement, and just because of time, I was unable to ask, but I have to ask, especially the one with the hazardous materials and the right to terminate, the lessee's right to terminate that I don't see in the lease with the Ruan family. Please explain. Thank you.
Vincent Richards for the Department of Property and Procurement. Senator, the proposed lessee has a right to terminate. All parties have a right to terminate. So that answers that question. On the environmental, I believe it was discussed earlier that it's a very old building. And in any old building, when a lot of old buildings, there are gremlins hidden in the buildings. I think it's fair to ask from a lessee standpoint, I think it's fair to ask or request that they not be held liable for anything that was done or that's lurking inside the building that they themselves are not responsible for. So, case in point, if anything is found in there that they're not responsible for it, who's responsible for it is the owner of the property.
Mr. Chair, I just need to interrupt for 1 second. What I'm saying is that, sure, they have the right to terminate, but the language that you have in the lease, let's deal with that one first. It says, despite reasonable efforts, is unable to complete. I don't really see anything protecting the government. It seems to be at the lessee's discretion. With respect to the environmental limitation, can't you at least put some language in it that says that if the lessee discovers any asbestos, they immediately notify the government of the Virgin Islands, they stop the demolition, something to protect us from further liability. That's all I'm saying. I agree with my colleagues. As my colleague said before, it is an excellent project, but I also agree with my colleagues that the Virgin Islands government needs to be protected. And if you in fact went out of the way to draft additional language for this lease agreement, then why not do so that also protects us? Just simply something that says, hey, if you discover asbestos, stop, notify us. That's all I'm asking, not the vague, ambiguous answers that you're giving us today, Mr. Richards. At least just put language that would show some degree of protection for the government and the people of the Virgin Islands. That's all I'm asking. Thank you.
So, Senator, I apologize if you find the language vague and or ambiguous. It took us a tremendous amount of time. It took us a tremendous amount of back and forth to work out language that our council, their council, was happy with, that the Department of Justice's council was happy with, and everybody, the layers of folks that reviewed it. And we came to a happy medium that we felt that protected the government's interests. The building does belong to the people of the Virgin Islands. I would let you know that the building right next to it that we recently renovated that holds the visitor center, we did find trace asbestos in the flooring of that building. And we were notified that there was trace asbestos. It was mitigated, and we did handle it. I understand your concern, but I feel that the party asking for, what the party asked for, or the lessee asked for, we found it to be acceptable.
Point of information.
Thank you very much. Before we go to your point of information, Senator Fonseca, let's hear from Attorney Goldman.
Thank you, Lee Goldman, Goldman Law Office's attorney for Charles M. Kim VI Foundation. I think, if nothing else, initially, one, I'm actually very gratified that everyone is taking the time to read the leases so that they are highlighting these concerns, which also illustrates, one, that this is not a template lease, as it is significantly different from the other lease that's being discussed here today, so that you can see the time and attention that we're putting into each one individually. Secondly, if we're talking about the general termination and surrender of the building, at the later date, there is a 1-year written advance notice required under Section 9.02A of the lease. If there is some reason that the property cannot be completed, then that is the exact reason why we've put a performance bond in place so that the monies are made available to the government to complete, whether it's at the demolition stage to make sure that the demolition is safely and fully completed, or if we are in a period of construction, that the improvements can continue to be made so that the government is not left with something sitting half completed right in the middle of its downtown section. So those were very specifically negotiated terms in order to ensure that the building is either fully completed or that the government is enabled to see its way through.
Thank you for that. Point of information, Senator Fonseca.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question is for Pat Bailey. So the asbestos is going to probably be in the tile or the mastic, the flooring. It's probably going to be in the roof or the insulation. I can see the roof is a galvanized unless there's a hidden hip roof. So let's assume the building has asbestos and they probably have lead-based paint. Those are old walls. What will happen if asbestos-containing materials and lead-based paint is found in the building? How does it proceed? Do you do it or is it turned over to the government?
Good afternoon, everybody. Pat Bailey.
Yeah, wait till turn on your mic.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Pat Bailey, construction manager for Alpine USVI. I have been in the construction business and am well known for all of my downtown work. I've worked on almost every building in the downtown area. It is a standard procedure before any demolition starts to do a hazardous material survey of the building. Once we have that survey, if it is identified that there is hazardous material, which can be asbestos, lead paint,
mercury,
mold, anything that's there, we have a survey that is done, and we take the results of that survey, and that has to be remediated by a company that is specifically in business for hazardous material remediation.
Yes.
That company, there are several companies. We have already been in touch with them when we first started this, and we were working with Historic. We did walk through the building. The first thing that we will do is have a hazmat survey done, and before we start any general demolition, the hazardous materials will be directly and specifically addressed and handled in the safe manner that is required by the law.
Yes, and I understand it. But whose responsibility would it be to complete that hazardous material abatement? You or the VI government? Whose responsibility will be to complete the abatement?
Lee Goldman, Goldman Law Offices for Charles M. Kim VI Foundation. If you refer to the lease, demolition is the responsibility and under the control of the lessee. So that will be
even with hazardous materials.
Demolition is that there's no, unless they have to terminate, in which case they would have to surrender their bond, then no, it will remain under the responsibility of the foundation.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, thank you. All right, real quickly, we need to move on. I need to allow for Mr. Sean Krieger to give he has to leave, so I'll just allow you to give some closing remarks real quickly before we go to the next senator, the final senator. Mr. Krieger, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My apologies that I do have to leave before this meeting concludes, but I just want to thank you for the opportunity to be here on behalf of the Historic Preservation Commission to give testimony as relates to their review for this project and the continuing effort to make sure that this project will meet the needs and requirements of the historic district. In closing, Senator, I would like to say that it is my hope and the hopes of the committee that this project will be an inspiration for other museums for our town. We don't expect that this will be the catch-all for all museums. As was stated, this is a museum that's going to focus on art. But we have a broad spectrum of history that we have to tell as a people. And so this should be looked at as inspiration for future museums, but we'll be partnering with them. And with that, I must say thank you, and I must ask for excuse.
Thank you very much. So yeah, you're free to leave
Thank
at
you,
this
Senator.
time.
Appreciate it.
Jason,
All right.
Charles.
Yeah, sure. Let me just be quick-winded, right? Quick. We were conscious when we took on this project that we were taking on a building that has been sitting for a very long time without use. We also understand the age of the building. So this to us is not something that we're going in kind of like, hey, with no expectation, we're just going to bring it down. We recognize there are some liability factors in place, and so we're going to do what it takes. But when Charles Kim and Jean Kim and the Alpine team commits to something, we don't generally back down from it. So the support of the Kim Family Foundation as well as the Alpine team, we're going to get this job done, and we'll make it something that we can all be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Charles. As we wrap up, this yield to the bill sponsor on the behalf of the government, Senator Milton Potter. Senate President, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, and a special good afternoon to the testifiers who are before us today. I'm in support of both projects, both bills, and I think that both leases reflect beneficial investments for the Virgin Islands economy and for our community. However, I'm not going to ignore the concerns that was stated earlier by my colleague from St. Croix, and I wanted to give you, Attorney Goldman, and Mr. Charles, just an opportunity to clearly articulate to us why this body, why the people of the Virgin Islands ought not be concerned of this project somehow over the years morphing into something other than the incredible museum, art museum that it was originally intended for it to be by the Kim Foundation.
You could go.
Okay, thank you. Again, Lee Goldman, Goldman Law Offices for the Charles M. Kim VI Foundation. Very early in the process, as we began negotiating this with Vincent Richards, Assistant Commissioner Richards, we primarily focused on those concerns and how to craft language into there that ensured public and civic use without mandating any specific square footage or other requirement of anything, as a museum may need to increase or decrease in size to incorporate other elements of cultural centers, of art showing, of other civic purposes. So we were trying to avoid any mandate that was overly firm and not inflexible, as long as the primary purpose remained civic and cultural. Moving on from there, we later added in, as I had said, the additional verbiage for related retail space, again, just to permit people to take mementos and souvenirs and offset costs. Other than that, in terms of the pricing term, as the purpose of the building is primarily to the benefit of the people of the Virgin Islands who are also our landlords, we kept the rent at something where it would be attended to and maintained by property and procurement, but not be break the bank for an otherwise, while private public initiative, really serving a public purpose. Essentially, it'd be like me renting my home to you and then me telling you, well, who are you going to put there? And you say, my parents. I'm giving, the purpose of the lease is essentially to give back to the people of the Virgin Islands, and therefore the term is reflective of that, so that it fully incorporates the lifetime of the building and, God willing, the foundation and the people who are in it now and who will succeed them, as well as its continued purpose being for and always for the people of the Virgin Islands. So the term is reflective of that. The minimum rent is reflective of that. The limited purposes for which it may be operated are reflective of that. And ultimately, I think once the building itself, the shell, is attended to, as the foundation goes on to develop the museum, the cultural centers, the other elements of it, those will continue to be reflective of that as well. So I'm a little concerned sometimes when I think we try to shoehorn too much in at the door, and then we never get past the door. So right now what we're talking about is really how they get the lease completed and approved, how they get the building fashioned in such a way that it can provide a place for those other things that we want, those cultural centers, those art centers, and the museums. And then finally, we can address those problems as we continue on with additional contribution from other stakeholders. But those elements are not reflective in the lease, except to note that its restrictive purpose
1 minute
to incorporate those elements.
Thank you. So, good afternoon again, Senator Potter, Senate President Potter. I think, that's the legal jargon that's said. But I want to be really, really frank and straight up with everyone. As time progresses, we've seen even through the portfolios how you had horse and buggy, and then you had cars, modern cars.
30 seconds.
So I think what this lease allows is for the spirit of it to be something where it's a civic organization, a nonprofit, a museum. As time changes, things change, right? But the goal of it is to always ensure that the heritage, the culture of the people of the Virgin Islands can be displayed and be taught to the Virgin Islands. So if you want to call it a museum and you want to lock it into the term of words of museum, I understand. But I want to make sure that as it evolves, that we have the ability to be able to integrate technology into this that allows for our culture to be displayed and not just on paper or by paint. It maybe eventually in 88 years, it also allows for the opportunity for it to be a virtual museum where people outside of the Virgin Islands can go online and be able to view this museum and be able to get the technical to see what it is. I don't know what technology is going to will change or evolve into, but I want to make sure that the culture, the people of the Virgin Islands, and our history is able to be displayed for generations to come.
Thank you very much for your responses. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter, Senate President Potter. So I think this round off, I know that there was one alibi. Assistant Commissioner, in respect to the Banco Popular kiosk, how much is that rented for, or lease for?
You're talking about the
and the Visitors Bureau, the
number escapes me. I remember a few weeks ago, Senator Fonseca reading it off from the list that we provided. Yeah. I can get it to you, Senator. Yeah. But I believe the rate when we came here for the lease. I believe the rate that Fonseca had broken it down to was like $80 a square foot or something like that.
Please recognize the mic of Senator Fonseca.
Yeah, that's my main concern. That blue building right next door is probably the most expensive rent that the government collects per square foot. Right next to it is the most expensive rent the whole government collects.
I'll get
You
you a
submit
copy.
it, you
I'll get
submit.
you a copy of the lease sender before the end of the day.
Okay. Real quickly, we have another block. You had an alibi too, Senator Joseph?
Personal privilege.
Point of personal privilege, you recognize?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to express my deepest condolences to the family of a great Crucian gentleman, Mr. Juan Garcia. Mr. Garcia worked with me at the Youth Build program as our construction manager and trainer. He helped train over 100 young people, and he was laid to rest yesterday. I really a little bit distressed that I wasn't able to go there in person to convey my condolences to his family, but Mr. Juan Garcia was a great man, and he was always there on time, because we're talking about construction, and a number of construction young people and older people who were trained under Mr. Garcia cannot be numbered. So I just wanted to convey my deepest condolences for that truly Crucian gentleman for what he have done to enrich our Virgin Islands.
Thank you very much for that. And he was also an educator. He taught for many years over at Elena Christian Junior High School and some other schools. So our condolences to his family as well on that. So at this time, I'll allow for a 30-second wrap-up. And they will take this matter under advisement, and then we have a second block. We'll start off with you, Ms. Ruin, Carmen Ruin.
Let me see.
Thank you.
30 seconds wrap-up.
I want to thank everyone, all the senators, staff, and listening audience for listening to our discussions here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kim. And again, on the behalf of the people, we want to thank you for all of your philanthropic contributions that you have made, throughout the Virgin Islands and here in the St. Thomas and St. John district as well. We appreciate your philanthropy and your continued contribution to the Virgin Islands community. You're recognized for a 30-second wrap-up.
First of all, I'd like to thank everybody here that took their time to come listen to our hearing. And I really hope this is the beginning to something really great for the next generation to hold for years and years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Charles?
30 seconds. So I want to say this really, really quickly. My great-grandmother, Miss Christopina Edwards, her grandmother was enslaved. And they're from the U.S. Virgin Islands. And I always believe that our culture needs to be understood. And I remember my great-grandmother, who died at 105, saying to me, Jason, always put a little something aside. Always put a little something aside. In a rainy day, still put something aside. I think what's important is that we continue to be able to understand who we are and the spirit of our people. And this building provides us a window into our past, but also identity to who we are in the future. So I want to thank this body for taking the time to be able to listen to us and to be able to consider our proposal. As I sit in these great halls, I remember my grandfather, Ezra Gomez, saying to me that this was his high school. This building was a school called Charlton Mali. So, there's so much legacy that passes between generations to generations. And I would love to be able to say to my grandchildren that I was a part of the process to pass on this legacy. So thank you, and I hope you all consider our proposal in the affirmative. God bless you, and God bless the United States Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, thank you to all of you for, I forget him, the Assistant Commissioner, Property and Procurement, Vincent Richards, your 30-second wrap-up.
Good afternoon. On behalf of Commissioner Lisa Alejandro, I'd like to say, and the staff of the Department of Property and Procurement and the property team, I'd like to say thank you for this opportunity. We welcome the questions. We welcome the debate. Senator James, Senator Viale, your questions are good. They make us better. This particular lease, we spent a tremendous amount of time and manpower in it. We've added a significant amount of clauses in it. I believe this is the first lease that we've brought down here that requires a lessee to put up cash bond of $5 million to make sure they perform. I believe this is the first lease we've brought down here in my 9 years of a performance bond for the contractor to make sure the contractor does what they said they're going to do. We started this process. It was $5 million. And then it went up to $12 million. And I looked around and they were still here. And then the costs went up to $15 million. And I looked around and they're still interested. So this group, they're here. They're doing business here. They want to be here for the long term. And we have property that's derelict, that's undervalued, that's underperforming in our portfolio. And Senator Viale specifically, I remember this is my 9th year now. In my first year, he always asked me every time I come here, Mr. Richards, what are you doing with some of these buildings in sub-base? What are you doing with some of these buildings in the government portfolio? And I remember that, and it motivates me. So this is just one piece of the puzzle. We have other buildings that we're going to be coming to you about throughout the territory for investment, for rehabilitation, for rejuvenation. And this is definitely going to be a win-win-win for us. So I'd just like to say thank you. And I look forward to coming back here again with other projects for your consideration as well. Thank you very much. You guys make us better at what we do. Okay? Thank you.
Again, I want to thank you both. These lease consideration before us, Bill number 36-0028, as well as Bill number 36-0040. There's two requests through the chair. You want to go ahead and read what those requests are? You have them readily available?
First request is asking for a copy of the maritime insurance for Tropical Marine. And the other one is the discount amount for the lease for Tropical Marine.
Very well, and also the Banco Popular amount. That will be the third one. All right, the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands in recess for 15 minutes, and then we'll resume with the block number 2. Stand in recess. Good afternoon to everyone. The Committee of Budget, Appropriation and Finance is out of recess. At this time, Madam Clerk, please call up the items in block number 2.
Block 2, the Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance will receive testimony on the following bills. Bill number 36-0023, an act amending Title 33 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 4, Section 72, relating to the highway user tax, sponsored by Senator Ray Fonseca. Invited testifiers: Honorable Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner, VI Department of Finance; Honorable Derek A. Gabriel, Commissioner, VI Department of Public Works; and Mr. Joel Lee, Director, VA Bureau of Internal Revenue. Bill number 36-0038, an act amending Title 29 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 10, Subchapter 3, Section 551, Subsection A, by increasing the limit for outstanding bonds for the Virgin Islands Port Authority from 100 million to 500 million, sponsored by Senator Milton E. Potter. Invited testifiers, Mr. Carlton Dow, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Port Authority, Mr. Willard John, Chairman, VA Port Authority Board of Directors. This ends the reading of today's agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. At this time, we have the testifiers seated at the testifiers table. Let's go there and recognize them real quickly. Port Authority.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Just introduce yourself.
This is Carlton Dow, Director of Virgin Islands Port Authority. To my left, accompanying me is Mr. Larry Belinsky of Frasca & Associates. That's our financial advisor.
Thank you. Just do a mic check, please.
Yes, Larry Belinsky, Frasca & Associates, financial advisor to the Virgin Island Port Authority.
Good afternoon, welcome. Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Derek Gabriel, Commissioner for the Department of Public Works.
Good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon, Maurice Wells, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Finance.
Good afternoon, welcome, Assistant Commissioner. And we go on St. Croix, Director Lee.
Good day, Joel Lee, Director of the Bureau of Internal Revenue.
Very well, thank you. Loud and clear. At this time, who speaks to Bill number 36-0023? Please recognize the mic of Senator Ray Fonseca. You're recognized for a presentation on Bill number 36-0023.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bill number 36-0023. I submit to you, my colleagues. It seeks to amend Title 33 of the Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 4, Section 72, to implement a tiered highway user tax based on the gross vehicle weight. Mr. Chair, if you can have media put the screen up.
Media?
All vehicles.
1 second. Media, can you go ahead and put up Senator Fonseca's slide deck? You may proceed.
Yes. All vehicles, when they are manufactured, are assigned a gross vehicle weight rating, the GVWR. These GVWR categories are used by the trucking industry and many government agencies to qualify vehicles by the weight, trucks, etc. There are 8 GVWR truck classes. They are categorized by the gross vehicle weight. The picture on the screen shows examples of some of the different types of vehicles, trucks, that are included in each of the 8 classes. This legislation will give Public Works Department more funding for improved maintenance of our roads and infrastructure. Under the current system, all vehicles, even small cars and extremely heavy trucks, like a concrete truck, are taxed at the same flat rate per pound. Bill 36-0023 establishes a graduated tax rate where only heavier vehicles, which place a greater strain and burden on our roads, will be required to contribute more towards road upkeep. This bill ensures those vehicles who puts more weight on our roads must contribute more to maintain our roads. Bill 36-0023 will properly address the impacts and the stress and subsequent deterioration heavy vehicles and trucks place on our roads and highways. Moreover, this legislation aligns with our broader goals of promoting fuel efficiency, sustainability, and responsible vehicle ownership by maintaining a lower tax rate for lighter vehicles. We encourage residents to invest in fuel-efficient and eco-friendly transportation, reducing our carbon footprint, while ensuring that our roads remain safe and well-maintained. This bill also protects everyday residents by keeping costs manageable for smaller vehicles, while assuring that businesses and commercial operators who rely on our roads contribute equitably to their upkeep. Colleagues, I now ask for your favorable consideration of Bill number 36-0023. Thank you kindly.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. On your bill 36-0023, at this time we'll go to recognize the testifiers. And of course, we'll start off with Director Joel Lee first, then we'll come to, actually we'll do it in the order that is here. We'll come with Mr. Maurice Wells, representing Commissioner Kevin McCurdy, then we'll go to Derek Gabriel, and then Joel Lee.
Good afternoon, Maurice Wells. Director Lee would be providing the testimony for this.
Director Lee, you're recognized for your testimony.
Good day. Greetings, Honorable Senator Novel E. Francis Jr., Chairperson of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, members of the committee, all other senators present, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Joel A. Lee, Director of the Virgin Islands Bureau of Internal Revenue. Thank you for allowing the Bureau to present testimony on Bill number 36-0023. This bill will revise the calculation of highway users tax by implementing classes based on weight. The bill anticipates 8 classes of weights with associated increases ranging from the current 16 cents per pound up to 30 cents per pound. The Bureau reviewed last year's collections of highway users tax and noted that the average weight of vehicles purchased last year was 4,000 pounds. If it is this body's intent to place a higher tax for larger vehicles, the Bureau would recommend that a simplified increase, such as a flat increase to the current 16 cents rate. The basis for this recommendation is that the cost of the implementation of an 8-class price range far exceeds the anticipated collection costs. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony. I am available to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you, Director Lee. Any other testimony on this, Commissioner? Yes. Gabriel, you're recognized.
Hello. Good afternoon, Senator Novel Francis Jr., Chairman of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, committee members, all other senators in attendance today, all those seated in the Senate chambers, and those in the listening and viewing audience. My name is Derek Gabriel, Commissioner of the Department of Public Works. Before I begin, I would like to take a moment to express my sincere condolences to the family of Mr. Edwin Brooks, a member of the DPW family who recently passed away in the District of St. Croix. We just want to take a moment to wish his family, friends, and of course his co-workers in both the divisions of transportation and the division of operations our sincere and heartfelt sympathies, and we keep you in our thoughts and prayers. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on Bill number 36-0023, an act amending the appropriate section of the Virgin Islands Code relating to the highway user tax. The legislation seeks to create 8 separate and distinct weight classes with a tiered taxation rate beginning at 16 cents per pound. I want to commend the primary sponsor, Senator Ray Fonseca, for putting forth legislation aimed at increasing revenues to the government of the Virgin Islands. We had the opportunity to provide some overall feedback, but today I want to offer more comprehensive testimony, feedback, and suggestions to strengthen the legislation from the perspective of the Department of Public Works. As most of you are aware, outside of special appropriations from this body and limited federal assistance, DPW's primary funding source for road maintenance and repairs comes from the District Road Fund, which receives 2% of the property taxes collected. This amounted to $1,133,725.71 in fiscal year 2022, $1,256,177.40 in fiscal year 2023 and $1,210,770.80 in fiscal year 2024. As we are all aware, this is far from sufficient. Measures previously taken by this body, such as diverting percentages of the gas tax to other departments and causes, have added to the limited funding sources dedicated to critical infrastructure projects to repair bridges, roads, and highways and improve traffic and pedestrian safety. The transportation industry recognizes that vehicles in heavier weight categories, particularly those in Class 5 or higher or weighing over 16,000 pounds, have a greater impact on transportation systems than those in lesser weight categories. The federal government collects a highway vehicle user tax annually for all commercially operated vehicles over 55,000 pounds. My first recommendation would be to reduce the number of tiers proposed to 3 tiers: Class 1 at 16 cents per pound, Classes 2 through 4 at 22 cents per pound, and Class 5 or higher at 30 cents per pound. This would lessen the administrative burden on the Bureau of Internal Revenue while still achieving the overall goal of the legislation. I also recommend collecting the taxes annually at the time of registration instead of as a one-time fee. A percentage of the fees collected, especially for those Class 5 and higher, should be dedicated to the District Road Fund for each island to increase available funding for road maintenance and repairs. These vehicles create the most wear and tear damage on our roadways, bridges, and sidewalks. Lastly, I firmly believe the only exemption to the highway user tax should be those owned and operated by the government of the Virgin Islands and nonprofits. Taxis should not be exempt from this tax as they use our roadways just as much, if not more, than privately owned vehicles. As the territory continues on its path to recovery and transformation, it is time to implement measures like this to make sure we have the wherewithal locally to maintain our growing infrastructure network. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on this measure. I will remain to answer any questions or concerns you may have.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Gabriel, for your testimony. I think that rounds off Bill number 36-0023, and at this time, who speaks to Bill number 36-0038, an act amending Title 29, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 10, Subchapter 3, Section 551, Subsection A, by increasing the limit for outstanding bonds for the Virgin Islands Port Authority from $100 million to $500 million. Senator Potter, you recognize for presentation of your bill. Senator President.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I offer bill number 36-0038, which amends Title 29 of the Virgin Islands Code to increase the Virgin Islands Port Authority's bonding limit from $100 million to $500 million. This amendment is crucial for the continued development and maintenance of the territory's vital port infrastructure. The Virgin Islands Port Authority serves as the backbone of our territory's transportation system, managing both airports and seaports that are essential to our economy, tourism industry, and daily life. The cruise industry in the USVI has experienced tremendous growth, with cruise ship visits projected to reach 595 in fiscal year 2025, and passenger numbers in St. Croix alone expected to grow from less than 40,000 3 years ago to 275,000 in FY 2025. The current bonding cap of $100 million was established in 1988 and has remained unchanged for 37 years, despite specific economic growth and infrastructure needs. The outdated limitation severely restricts Viper's ability to fund crucial projects. Our seaports function as vital transportation centers for cargo across the Caribbean and significantly impact the daily lives of Virgin Islanders through commerce, business operations, emergency responses, and tourism. Increasing Viper's bonding capacity is about enhancing our territory's economic competitiveness and ensuring efficient, safe, and modern facilities for the public to use. It is important to note that this increase in bonding capacity does not mean Viper will immediately issue bonds to the maximum limit. The authority only issues debt it can afford to repay while maintaining strong financial standing and must meet specific criteria before issuing future debt. I urge the committee to approve Bill number 36-0038 to provide VIPA with the financial flexibility needed to address critical infrastructure needs that will benefit the entire U.S. Virgin Islands community for generations to come. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter, for presentation on Bill number 36-0038. At this time, we'll recognize the Port, Virgin Islands Port Authority, Director Dow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Senator Nobel E. Francis, Jr. of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance, and to the other honorable senators present, the legislative staff, and those listening and viewing audience. I am Carlton Dow, the Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Port Authority. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before this body in support of Bill number 36-0038, which seeks to amend Title 29 of the Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 10, Subchapter 3, Section 551, Subsection A, by increasing the limit for outstanding bonds for the Virgin Islands Port Authority from $100 million to $500 million. To highlight the importance of this bill, I will provide an overview of the Port Authority's mandates, its responsibilities, and the challenges in the agency faces. VIPA is an autonomous, self-sustaining U.S. Virgin Islands government agency created by the 7th Legislature as the owners and managers of the territory's 2 airports and most of the public seaports. Our mandate is to maintain and develop the airports and seaports of the U.S. Virgin Islands to accommodate the current and future demands of its users. VIPA's operations and capital expenditures at the territory's airports are funded through a diverse range of sources. The primary source of revenue is income generated from the use of aviation facilities, which is detailed in our aviation tariff. Other revenue streams include passenger facility charges and car rental concession fees. Under FAA regulations, all revenues generated must be used for the aviation-related activities only. The main source for capital expenditures in the aviation division is federal grants awarded by the U.S. Department of Transportation via the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA. However, those grant funds are designated for specific projects, primarily on the airfield side of the airport. In the Marine Division, the principal source of revenues is the fees that VIPA charges according to our marine tariff. Although VIPA does not receive an annual appropriation from the legislature, this body has supported major capital improvements by allocating millions of dollars in the past 3 years for essential port maintenance and development projects. Those funds were allocated for specific capital projects that VIPA has undertaken, including $18.6 million for the upcoming Charlotte Mali dredging project. VIPA also funds major capital projects by issuing bonds as authorized by this body. When VIPA was created in 1969, the original bond cap was established at $65 million. In 1988, that cap amount was lifted to $100 million, where it has stayed for more than 35 years. VIPA has undertaken significant projects to develop our seaports and airports. While VIPA has received federal FAA assistance with grants for our major capital projects on aviation operations, we did not have grant opportunities for capital projects on marine operations until very recently. As a result, VIPA has had to seek municipal bonds to develop its marine facilities like Crown Bay and other projects. VIPA is responsible for maintaining the public seaport facilities in the territory according to the federal and industry standard. These facilities include cargo, passenger ferries, barges, marinas, cruise ports, water taxis, cruise excursion docks, and marine terminals, as well as the associated lands, buildings, parking lots, and industrial equipment. Over the last 20 years, the U.S. Virgin Islands has become a premier cruise port destination in the Caribbean. Our cruise industry is growing tremendously, with 595 cruise ship visits scheduled in fiscal year 2025, October 1, 2024 to September 30, 2025. An 11% overall increase in cruise ship passenger traffic is expected, with the largest growth in St. Croix, which has 101 scheduled calls in fiscal year in fiscal year 25 versus the 57 calls received in FY 24. 3 years ago, St. Croix received less than 40,000 cruise ship passengers. Fiscal year 2024, we recorded 144,000 cruise passengers arriving in St. Croix. In fiscal year 2025, we anticipate 275,000 passengers in St. Croix. As of January 31st, 2025, a total of 104,754 cruise passengers visited St. Croix. On December 18, 2024, the Board of Governors of the Virgin Islands Port Authority authorized me, as the Executive Director, to request an amendment to the legislation to increase VIPA's bonding limit from $100 million to $500 million. This increase would enable us to continue to enhance our marine facilities while maintaining competitive usage fees and providing modern, safe facilities for the public use. For clarification, VIPA is requesting an increase in our bonding capacity. However, this does not imply that we will issue bonds up to the maximum limit. VIPA only issues debt that it can afford to repay to maintain the authority's strong financial standing. The authority must meet specific criteria outlined in its bond ordinance to issue future debt. These criteria may include meeting debt service coverage ratios, ensuring VIPA has sufficient revenues to pay existing and future debt, passing additional bond tests, which are financial evaluation designed to assess the creditworthiness and financial health of the bond issuers, review and approval by credit agencies, ensuring investor capacity and confidence in the authority's creditworthiness, approval by VIPA's Board of Governors to issue the debt. This amendment will provide the authority with increased financial flexibility to address our future needs. VIPA's short-term financial needs may exceed our bonding capacity and include the following: capital maintenance projects for upgrades and repairs to existing support facilities on all 3 islands, pre-development projects in Crown Bay District as part of the Royal Caribbean Group Cruise Terminal International CTI initiative, development of a new U.S. Customs facility at the Herman V. Fredericks Marine Terminal in Red Hook, additional funds for dredging of the Charlotte Amalie Harbor. The seaports of our territory function as vital transshipment centers for cargo across the Caribbean, acting as a key connection to other islands in the region. Our marine facilities are essential components of the local economy and significantly impact the daily lives of Virgin Islanders. They support various activities, including commerce, business operations, emergency responses, and leisure travel. It is imperative that we enhance our infrastructure to maintain efficiency and accommodate increasing traffic at our ports. Mr. Chairman, this concludes my testimony. I want to thank you for allowing me to offer testimony on Bill number 36-008, which will positively impact the Virgin Islands Port Authority ability to maintain and develop the territory's port infrastructure. My team and I are ready to answer any questions that this body might have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Executive Director Carlton Dow, for your testimony there and that rounds out the testimonies and these 2 bills before us. I, too, want to join you, Commissioner Gabriel, in extending our condolences to Edwin Brooks and his passing. I was really surprised by it when I saw it appearing on Facebook. He was always the life of the party, and really to hear that he has passed away, it's just really heart-wrenching. So on behalf of the, my family and my staff as well, I want to offer condolences to his family and his passing. I know he was very near and dear to Senator Vielle as well, so. Just a couple of questions before we open up the floor to a 5-minute round. Let me first of all commend both the Department of Finance as well as the Bureau of Internal Revenues. The February numbers looks pretty good. I must say we're certainly not out of the woods by far yet, but I like the trajectory that we are seeing in the February numbers in terms of revenue collections there. So we'll do a further deep dive on that I'm sure when we come to the revenue estimating conference later on, or this week. But again, the numbers look good and tracking in the right directions for now. Commissioner Gabriel, in regards, do you have any updates on the Gavi funds in terms of what we're doing with the Gavi funds or us pursuing some additional loan program with the Gavi?
Yes, Derek Gabriel, Commissioner for the Department of Public Works. So we actually had a meeting with Bond Council as well as the PFA team. We are preparing to meet with the rating agency in early April so that we can prepare to go to market in June, as was previously discussed. I think we are looking well. The good thing is that none of the headwinds from on the national level have impacted our package as yet. We don't anticipate any, but we are looking good and still on schedule for our June issuance.
Yes, thank you. Timing is everything, so I think that we should go ahead and proceed with that.
Correct. Yes.
Director Lee, in regards to the highway users fee collected in FY 2024, do you have those numbers with you today?
I can pull it up momentarily for you.
Okay, yeah, can you? I think that'll be good for us to see what those numbers were in 2024. I know that, of course, I heard that Public Works has recommended 3 categories instead of what's being proposed right now in terms of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, you have 8 classes or categories here that the bill sponsor is suggesting, so we'll discuss that further, I'm sure. At this time, I'll open up the floor to a 5-minute round, and we'll recognize Senator Dwayne DeGraff. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. Director Lee, your comment that you made in regards to Bill 36-0023, I wasn't clear on that. Could you state what it is you were saying for, against, input? Could you state that again in a nutshell, please?
Good day, Senator. Joel Lee, Bureau of Internal Revenue Director. In a nutshell, we support this bill. However, I don't think the variation of the number of classes that is being proposed is necessary. So for me, it would just be, I would prefer a flat rate across the board for everyone versus, the various classes. But I understand some vehicles do put more wear and tear on the road versus smaller vehicles. So I am willing to meet in the middle and have multiple classes as long as it's very minimal. That's pretty much what I'm saying.
Okay, so then eight classes poses a definite problem to you.
Yeah, it's a little bit excessive. We don't, unfortunately, the territory does not get such volume of variation of those different classes. So, they'll be on the books, but, they just won't be utilized as frequent as one would think. So maybe 2 classes would be more, feasible.
Okay, so like the commissioner recommended 3 classes probably. Okay, we could work with that. But again, to have more things on the book now, we just see we had a lease for 99 years. We don't know what the future holds. So maybe the more classes might give us more flexibility down the road. Now, Director Dow, you mentioned, I agree with you in terms of 100 bond capacity versus 500 million in terms of, you say, but you don't do debt unless Port Authority can afford it. Can Port Authority afford the utilization of up to a $500 million bond?
No, but what we're trying to make clear is that just like when you look back over 30-something years, this wasn't moved. We just want to make sure that we put the barriers that in the future, we don't know what that's going to hold, but we can only take on debt that we can afford to repay.
Okay. So so it could be in between 1 and 5. 5 being a max would take you for another X amount of years.
Correct.
Okay, so now with the new airports coming online, new company building those out, is this debt more or less looking at just the marine, or is it actually looking to substantiate those no airport?
This is primarily the marine.
Primarily
because
marine.
we don't have that kind, we don't see nothing on the horizon that would give us the kind of capacity we would need to continue to develop and maintain. That's a big piece that some of these facilities, these docks that you see in here, they're very much deteriorated when you go on there and see what's going on there. And the tugs, the boats and everything, the vessels are consistently getting sometimes bigger and bigger and, you know.
So, and in terms of debt, you have to pay a debt back. So
Correct.
It basically, have you factored in a percentage increase across the board if you were to utilize half the 500 million? So any projections like that, what type of increase we would need going forward? Nothing like that?
Well, outside of all of this, I mean, just generally speaking, the Port Authority is looking at our fee structure overall. Some of these fees, just like a few years ago when we moved the fee for in and out of our, our harbor, like to the BVI and back. When I got there, it was $2.85 in and out. And we know that, and I say this all the time, so it's not a matter of what's going on now. But I've always said that we know the BVI with $20, we're $2.85. We moved that, and I've seen a significant increase in our revenues. The marina, we were charging 60 cents a foot for people pulling up to our dock. We moved that from 60 cents more than 10 years ago to $1. And that brought in, some. So we are currently, outside of all of what's going on, we will already start looking at our entire marine structures and so forth. Recently, some staff and we visited with a couple of our shipping partners to say, look, with the stuff what we have to do, there's going to have to be participation throughout.
And I think basically that was what I was trying to get at in terms of just going after your fee structure versus and tying it into how you're doing going for bond. Because you may have a fee structure set one way, which is what I think was separate, and then you decide to go to the bond market, and because your fee structure is one way, then you have to go and adjust that again. So that's what I was wondering if you're projecting forward to say, well, hey, if we look into open up to this kind of bond market, the fee structure is what we're addressing, let's address it to address even that bond market increase.
Yeah, we're doing that as we speak.
Okay, all right.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thanks for the question.
Thank you very much, Senate Minority Leader, Senator DeGraff, for your line of questions. Next, we'll recognize the Secretary, Senator Avery Lewis. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. I, too, would like to offer condolences to my Chief of Staff, Mr. Lakeisha Peterson Benison, and to the entire Benison family in St. Croix who lost a family member this week, a brother, father, everything. And I think, if my memory serves me correct, he was once a former employee of the legislature. So, James Benison, correct? Yes, James Benison. So, I'd like to offer condolences to the family. Commissioner Gabriel, just doing a little research, right? I saw that in other states, they charge like a flat fee plus the proposed cents per pound, right? I saw that in New York, New Jersey, California, Colorado. Many other states do something like that. I kind of agree with you about the part about reducing the categories, right? But I'd also like to ask, through the chair to the post auditor, if we could have an analysis done on what the revenues might stem to be generated from the implementation with less tiers, just to gauge such an amendment, if that's possible.
Madam Post Auditor, you want to respond?
Through the chair to Senator Lewis, the analysis can be done based off same as you. I looked up the different states and stuff, and most of them have a flat fee, and it's not based on the pounds of the vehicle. According to Director Gabriel, with 4,000 pounds being the average, is about $640 per vehicle.
Okay, thank you. Director Dow. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I don't have much questions for you because I understand wholeheartedly what you're trying to do. But if you could look for me at page 4 of your testimony, if it's possible. You have here in the middle of the testimony, you talked about some different things you'd like to accomplish. And it's capital maintenance projects, pre-development projects, development of a new custom facility, and additional funds for the dredging of the Charlotte and Mali Harbor. As it pertains to the Charlotte and Mali Harbor, we need more funding for that? Or you're talking for future?
Yeah, we believe we'll need more funding for it.
Okay.
That has not been finalized.
Okay. Okay.
But we know we'll need more funding for that, but at the same time, just like I kind of alluded to, there's going to be dredging required, maintenance dredging throughout. So we must be able to, meet those.
That's why I want you to expound on it a little bit more. And in that same category, could you just expound a little more on what you mean by pre-development projects for the Crown Bay District? Like, explain that a little more for me.
Okay. So, for example, right now we're partnering with CTI and Royal Caribbean to do a complete development down there. Mm-hmm. There will be some costs being incurred. I listened to the discussion earlier today. There's a facility down there with all kind of things from before my mother born in those buildings. So getting it cleaned up, getting it prepared for permitting and all that. That's some real expensive proposition. We all know one of those buildings down there was a laundry. There's still a lot of stuff in there. So when we take on this project, we didn't expect, we'd like to, but the truth being told, we don't expect that the central government is going to take on that kind of remediation that would have to happen. It's an expensive proposition.
Thank you. And I must commend you on the facility down there, the parking garage at the airport. It seems like you're ready to have another ribbon cutting.
Yeah, we'll do a little something. That's the Dale Gregory Transportation Center.
Yeah, well, you're looking good, man. I wish all the projects in St. Thomas would go at a Viper speed with Carlton Dow behind of it. But thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the flexibility.
Thanks.
Down now. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm in trouble.
Next, the chair will recognize Senator Hubert Fredericks. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, listening and viewing audience and testifiers. My question goes back to bill number 36-0023, the highway user tax, and the cost for implementing such a tiered system. Director Lee, can you please tell me what it costs right now for administrative processing of the current system we have in place today?
Yeah. Good day, Senator. Joel Lee, Director of Bureau of Internal Revenue. We don't have isolated a cost for processing road tax at this time. When somebody comes to our cashiers, they are open to doing whatever various transactions are necessary. So we don't have like an isolated cost, correct?
So, but this will take more time, which is more cost, if we now have to go and determine what tier, what category this vehicle fits in when someone comes in to pay the tax.
Correct. Especially if some of these categories, because depending on the vehicle, we try to get independent weight. So some of them, one may say one thing, one may say the other. So, a decision has to be made, and it just adds more time to the transaction, which I don't think is absolutely necessary. But people are usually trying to get in and get out, and then trying to.
Okay, so now in your testimony, you stated that last year it was on average a 4,000-pound vehicle that came in to be registered and paid for, which is roughly what? $640 or so, right?
Correct, at the 16 cents rate, that's correct.
Okay, and this is a one-time charge when people come in with a vehicle in the territory and that's it?
Yes, sir.
And that's the only tax they pay to utilize our roads?
Yes, sir.
So this new bill that we're pushing, my colleague, is to make sure that we base that taxation based on the weight of the vehicle and that it becomes an annual tax?
I don't know about the annual part in the bill. I do see in the bill the explanation of an increase. I know my colleague at Public Works, Director Gabriel, is suggesting in his testimony an annual payment arrangement.
So you're saying to the public every year possibly they'll get a bill for $640 for a typical SUV?
If his suggestion is implemented in this bill, that will be the case.
Okay, thank you so much. So now let me move to bill number 360038. Executive Director Dow, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. Pretty good.
So we're talking about increasing the debt limit for the Virgin Islands Port Authority bonding limit from 100 million to 500 million, correct?
Correct.
And currently, do we generate sufficient revenues to support the 100 million?
Yes.
How much of the 100 million capacity are we currently using?
23. About 23 million currently.
23 out of 100 million.
Correct.
And you're asking for 500 million.
Correct.
So my question would be, why is it we can't go with a tiered format in your case where we graduate what you're requesting instead of just going from 100 million to 500 million? Because it does expose the government now. The more capacity you have for bonding, clearly there's a charge to it.
Well, the capacity don't mean there's a charge until we execute. But the fact is, all we're simply asking here is that we be able to, go to that 500 million. The fact is, if we can't afford to pay for 500 million, we'll never get there. But at the same time, remember this was 1960 some odd before, when it was 83 million, and then 35 years ago. So we just want to make sure that next 2 years we don't find ourselves back here. But when we look at the capital projects that we have, providing we can afford it, then I believe that we should have that flexibility.
So you're saying that for the Marine Division, we'll be able to generate sufficient revenues to support a $500 million
30 seconds.
potential facility?
Not today, but we're looking at the future, what the future might
but
hold.
at some point.
Sorry. Yes.
That's why I was asking, why can't we just graduate instead of going from 100 million to 5? It just seems like we could go 200 million, and I'm just arbitrarily putting that number out there. But if you're only using how much you said, 22 million?
Yeah, right
of
now.
100 million, why can't we just double?
Let me just say that it was way more than that 23 million. That 23 million now is because we have paid on significantly and other debt that we had incurred. But when you look at, take for instance, the Red Hook project, that project alone to build a customs facility, way back when we had contemplated that project, done bid it, done do everything, no money in hand, that was in excess of $20 million, that project alone. So you could very well see that what I described, and I just listed just about a few projects that we are contemplating. A lot of these infrastructure that we're discussing had been over 40 years, 50 years, sitting in the water, wear and tear, with nothing. And I just want all the senators to recognize one thing, and I appreciate the question, and it's good, that we had a debate even in our board meeting. But the fact of the matter is, we can only borrow what we could afford to repay. We're just asking for the flexibility, so next year, 2 years from now, we don't run back here and tell you, well, we want to go by another $50 million. The stability is what we're talking about. So I appreciate the question.
Thank you very much. I don't mind you coming back. I hope to be here so you could come back. I wouldn't mind entertaining again the question again. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I yield my time.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Senator Fredericks. Next, we'll go to Senator Maurice James. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon to the testifiers and all inside and outside the room. I have a question for Mr. Joel Lee. I'm trying to figure out why it would be cost prohibitive under the present system if you only see that person once. It doesn't matter whether it's class 1, class 2, class 3. You're only seeing them one time to pay that one tax. So why would it be an administrative burden?
Well, unlike the other taxes, I'm sorry, Joel Lee, Director of Bureau Internal Revenue, the transaction is pretty seamless. Most people come, file their taxes, they know what they owe, and they pay, or they set up a payment plan, and they leave. Road tax requires an analysis of title, clearances, so it's bill of lading. So it's just a more involved process, and it's probably one of the longer transactions that take place at the Bureau.
I understand that, but I get that part. But if all that's changing is the person is now looking at the class, how does it increase the burden on that person? What are they looking at? Well, let me ask this, and let's talk about the process. What are they looking at to determine the weight right now? Is there a specific document that they're looking at?
We have a website that we use. So all it really would be is just us taking more time to isolate that rate, making sure that's the correct rate, and then once again calculating the applicable percentage on that rate.
So really it's like a math problem, really.
Yeah, it's a mechanical.
Right? Because right now, it's flat 640.
Yep.
But now the person has to just do a little calculation.
To take more time to verify.
A little more time.
That they picked the right class, and you know what I mean? So that's really all it is.
Okay, so you just convinced me that the classes would be fine. You actually just convinced me that there is no, what is wrong with us in the Virgin Islands where we can just do a little more work for us to get more money so we can repair our roads? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, I'm not advocating less money. I'm just saying instead of the graduated rates, just use a flat rate total across the board versus.
But if my little Toyota Corolla, why shouldn't that big truck that's on the road pay more money than I pay in my little Toyota Corolla? Let's look at it that way. You have more weight on the highway than I do in my little Toyota Corolla. Yeah. So you should pay more because you're causing more damage to the road than I am. So
I agree. And that's what I said after my colleague, Director Gabriel, said his testimony. I said I'd be open to that because I do recognize the bigger weighted vehicles will do more damage. So I'm open to multiple classes. 8, I think, is a little excessive.
Too many.
Yes.
What do you think about? I would see that his annual recommendation as being very cost prohibitive for you. All right. Unlike right now, it's only the one time. But if he makes it an annual, that means everyone then has to come in and pay. I guess I should ask Commissioner Gabriel that question. Let me. Commissioner Gabriel, good afternoon. How are you?
Doing well. Good afternoon.
Yeah, you're suggesting that all of us would just go back every year. I would go back with my Toyota Corolla. That
1 minute.
My colleague, Senator Joseph, calculated it for me. I would be paying $640. So every year you're saying I should go in and pay $640.
That is my testimony. That is correct.
He said that's his testimony. So you okay.
So I
got it.
Sorry, Senator James. I think I am open just in listening to the discussion and the dialogue in that it should maybe be a one-time fee, particularly for the smaller vehicles with less of an impact. But I think, and I was discussing this, there are, especially with heavy equipment and construction vehicles, some of them don't even, aren't subject to registration because they only pay the excise tax when they're imported. They don't get registered every year because they're moved back and forth on a trailer, but the impact on the roadways is still there. So I think maybe we should look at it. The regular taxation, the annual taxation should be for heavier class vehicles, but I think that's the level of discussion that should be there.
Okay, thanks for that answer. Because I'm thinking along those lines too. Mr. Chair, just one more question for.
You can proceed, Senator.
Okay, thank you, Port Authority. My question really, and you may have answered it, was whether or not there was any planned infrastructure improvements that would necessitate that jump from 100 million to 500 million. And you may have touched on it already, but indulge me for a second. Because I also have of the opinion, like, why go from 100 to the 5 million if there's nothing to necessitate such a big jump? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So,
give me a response.
Larry Belinsky, Frask & Associates, financial advisor to the authority. While there aren't projects currently being contemplated to get anywhere close to that 500 million, the $500 million cap provides flexibility to the authority in the future as projects come up and things need to get done relative to the maintenance of the existing facilities. And what it does is show to the bond market where Viper would be selling these bonds that it has the capability and the ability to go to that limit if it needs to. Again, there is no cost to go up to that 500 million. The authority only pays for what it has outstanding, but you don't want to have to be in a situation where you're getting close to your bond cap and then have to tell the bond market we have to go to a legislative body to get approval to increase it. So the increase, while a significant number, again, provides flexibility, and the hope is that the authority doesn't have to come back to this body in anywhere close to the near future to get that increased.
Thank you. I appreciate your explanation.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Senator Maurice James. And next, the chair will recognize Senator Kurt Violet. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In reference to the increase for vehicles, have any financial analysis been done in terms of how much money you would be able to generate if this measure is implemented?
Is that for a specific testifier?
That's for Earle B.
Good day, Senator. No specific analysis, but we know what the incremental rates are. We could multiply that by, for example, what Senator Novell Francis had asked me earlier, what was the fiscal year receipts, and that was approximately 4 million. So you can do a math increase of 2% of whatever that is incrementally to see what the total could be based on that last fiscal year number.
But this is a totally different rate than just the 2% because you're going based on pounds incrementally.
Exactly.
Up, right? So you think it'd be a 10 or 20% increase or what?
No, Senator. Give me a second.
Okay. Well, what I would ask is, there have been other recommendations in terms of reducing the number of categories, et cetera, but we need to flush out how much money it would be able to generate if this measure is passed and not just guess as to what is going to be the impact. I know that a number of areas are exempted. Have you taken a look at the exemptions under this particular tax? And whether or not there's a need to revisit those areas? Both Mr. Gabriel and Mr. Lee. Exemptions under the highway user tax. Have you done an analysis as to whether or not it needs to be revisited?
So I'll respond from my perspective. Derek Gabriel, Commissioner for the Department of Public Works. I think that, so we have looked at the exemptions. Right now, taxis are exempt, as well as government vehicles and nonprofits. I think the taxi exemption is something that is significant because as we all know, there are a number of taxis that are on all three islands, and their use of our roadways is pretty significant. Not only that, but they are in a higher class, and they do carry more passengers, in some cases 18. So I think that is a huge revenue generating opportunity that we're leaving on the table. I have requested from the Bureau of Motor Vehicles to get how many...
1 minute, are you making a recommendation?
Yeah, we make a recommendation that taxis are no longer exempt.
Okay. Just wanted to get that on the record. And have we done an analysis as to what the impact would be, Mr. Lee, in terms of how many taxis on the road?
No, I have not done that analysis.
Okay. Thank you so much. Now, Mr. Dow, you're saying that this increase is not based on your present position or your present financial condition, but in fact is just something that you want to get past, that in the event futuristically you have the capacity and you have the need, it would already be on the book.
Correct.
So this is no indication that you're trying to go to the bond market now.
Well, we're trying to go to the bond, but not to that capacity. And it's just like when it started out in the 60s, and it was $83 million. They wasn't doing it to go to the bond market for 83. Then in 88, it went to $100 million. They wasn't looking to do it. But now we're to that point today where we, see those kind of numbers. So.
Okay, but to be explicitly clear, you're not going to go to the bond market unless you have the financial capacity to meet the bond covenants.
Correct, and that's the important part of this discussion. Yes.
And nor do the central government in any way subsidize you going to the bond market?
No.
Correct. Okay, so just want that to be clear that this measure isn't going to encumber the government of the Virgin Islands, but this would be something that the Port Authority and their board and the director would have to make sure that they have the capacity. Now, I saw you had a nice little wish list of projects, proposed projects.
That's just a small
Not a small thing. I mean, 3 out of 4 is 75% in Damas and 0%.
I know you're going to say that, but no.
0%. St. Croix is in the all-encompassing category of all other related projects.
Dredging, everything have to happen in St. Croix.
Just specify and choke one in there for us. Okay, as a crucial was said, choke one inside for St. Croix.
We're going to have to augment it. Listen, the Frederick said dredging that has to happen. We're going to have to augment it anyhow.
And we, I know that there was a discussion when I wasn't here about the Schooner Bay, but we're definitely going to be moving forward with trying to provide the necessary monies for that EPA study. So we want that Schooner Bay to be added on.
Listen, the port went to market several years ago, and part of when we went to market was Schooner Bay. We took close to $1 million from the same transportation center out Red Hook to put to Gallows Bay to do that facility and to do some dredging. So that's how serious we were then, and we still today about Schooner Bay.
And taking the money from the facility and helping out St. Croix, one VI. So we appreciate you actually.
But yeah, what was good is that project, that transportation center is out in Red Hook. It came in way under. We spent $6.7 million when we went to market. It was in excess of what we had gotten, so we were able to move that money. It was under the same bond series, so we were able to move like close to $1 million to St. Croix.
Time.
Just in closing, Mr. Chair, our colleagues, it's really important that we begin to look at how we are going to close loopholes that exist in the code, exist in the tax structure, that won't necessarily affect individuals in a negative way. But the government of the Virgin Islands is not in a good position financially. So when we were in a good position, you could have given 1 million exemptions. But right now we need to look and see exactly, what are we going to do? It don't have to be that they're fully going to be included, but we got to look at ways to generate monies, or else we need to stop asking questions about raises and giving department more money if my St. Thomas colleagues aren't ready to address some of those issues. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't even get a last say. For the record, I strongly oppose the road taxes for the taxis industry in the territories. A part of tourism, individual owners of these businesses, much needed. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Did you say a percentage? We're not even going to look at them as a percentage of paying. I mean, they utilize these roadways as well. Everybody got paid their fair share. We considering at least then having a discussion or maybe a percentage, a lower percent than the others, but at least they contribute something to it?
Negative. Thank you, Mr.
Nothing
Chair.
at all. All right. Thank you. At this time, the chair would recognize. Senator Potter, you ready to go? We'll recognize Senator Milton Potter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This first question is directed towards Executive Director Dow. In your testimony mentions the bond cap has remained at $100 million since 1988. What specific projects have been delayed, if any, have been delayed or compromised due to this limitation in the past decade? What have you been unable to do because of the limitation in your bonding capacity?
I would say that a lot of maintenance around our shores. If you were to, right now we've done some analysis of all our port facilities, St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix, put people literally in the waters. So we did all of that, and we know that it's been over some facilities, like 30 years, 40 years, they'll sit in the water but never been touched. And anybody could recognize that around the sea and worse than that, in the seawater, a lot of our structures and the port site. And recognizing our bread and butter depends on these ports. Whatever we eating and consuming, coming through someone of our major ports. If you go down to the container port right now, the potholes, the deep holes killing you. Same at tropical, down there by tropical shipping. You could stay from upland and look straight through to the ocean. So, it's safety issues, heavy equipment working, and I think a lot of maintenance. And it had nothing to do with, and I'd like to be abundantly clear, it had nothing to do with my predecessors or anything. That's not the issue. The issue is more so that, these things is, you just put them on the side burner because
Gotcha.
You just had the limitations.
In terms of the projected growth trajectory on St. Croix, right? The increased volume of passengers and all of that, and the obvious strain on the infrastructure and the resources, will this additional bonding capacity assist in dealing with what I would think would be obvious infrastructure development needs, given the increase in the numbers on St. Croix?
Yeah, definitely. When you go down to Frederickstead, there's a lot of work to be done in the water there. We have already kind of started a process. St. Croix could only accommodate a certain size vessel. We're looking to try to elevate that it could take Freedom Class, which is in excess of 3,000 passengers. Right now, we've got to make sure on both sides what you're able to accommodate. So, yesterday was a good day. Yesterday had 2 ships in Frederickstead, but at the same time, we've got to limit what size comes in there. With this we're able to do that dredging, and just for the record, Royal Caribbean is participating. They agree to a $5 additional passenger charge, which we call a facility charge, just to assist with that. But we can't believe that they are going to take on this whole, operation by themselves. So it'll definitely assist us, yeah.
Understood. Thank you for your response. Director Lee, I wanted to ask you, and you were discouraging the establishment of this 8-class tiered system. Now, and you're recommending the sort of a flat rate, which I think, according to Commissioner Gabriel, is the system that is most utilized on the mainland. Now, if you were going to your recommended flat rate increase, what would that figure look like to be in sync with the proposed tier system rate?
Good day, Senator. Unfortunately, I don't quantify what the suggestion should be, but just to go back to a question that I was asked, last year's fiscal year's generated revenue from highway users tax was $4 million. The average vehicle weight that came in the territory was 4,000 pounds. So at the current scheme of classes, that's only an additional 2 cents that's going to be added. So, or actually in our case, it looked like it's remaining at 16 cents, which is the current rate right now. But let's just say at an additional 2 cents, that would generate an additional 500,000 on top of the 4 million that we received last year. But keep in mind, what the bill is proposing is that an additional 2 cents above 6,000 pounds as far as when the classes start. But right now, the average weight that comes in the territory is 4,000. So we're not even going to really see a significant bump with this proposed taxing scheme.
What would the implementation timeline for either approach be?
I foresee it being
30 seconds.
Probably being implemented not too quickly, to be honest with you. I don't see it being too cumbersome if we go to at least a 2-class system versus the 8-class mechanism.
Okay. And to Commissioner Gabriel, I wanted to ask you, I know you noted that taxis should not be exempt. And I wanted just to ask you, have you considered any potential impact on tourism and local transportation services if taxi operators face this increased operational cost?
Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works. No, I haven't. I actually think it would enhance the tourism product because we'd have better roads, better, I think the obstructions that our tourists are plagued with on our roadsides would be cut down more often. I think we'd be able to respond more regularly to some of the requests that are made by our taxi drivers about overlaying or paving roads in popular areas. I think we'd be able to repair sidewalks. A lot of times the taxi drivers pull up on sidewalks, damage our sidewalks. So we just, from a public works perspective, we'd be able to respond more regularly to some of the transportation issues and woes that we face.
Understood, but as far as the impact on these small business owners, that isn't something you considered. But overall, given you're saying the impact that they may have on the roads.
So I think the community has to share in enhancing our tourism product, and this is a way to do so, specifically from the public works perspective. I think if you were to, and I mean, I will be honest and say I haven't polled taxi drivers, but if you were to poll taxi drivers and say, would you prefer exemption, or would you prefer roadways that are less wear and tear on your vehicles? Would you prefer more scenic routes? Would you prefer just improved and enhanced public works perspective? I would venture to say that they would all be in favor of it.
You think so?
I think so. I mean, says the petition that I have in my office to pave Mountaintop. So,
thank you very much for your response.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senate President, and thank you, Commissioner, for your response there. Next, the Chair will recognize Senator Carla J. Joseph. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to everyone. I wanted to just weigh in on Bill number 36-0038. And I want to thank you. Let me just go to the other bill that is sponsored by our good colleague from Bovoni and Savan. But mostly Savan, not mostly Bovoni. Bill number 36-0023. Mr. Lee, I wondered if this, you mentioned that it's going to be a major exercise. It might have an impact on your team workload should it be implemented, this tax increase be implemented by the categories? And I wondered if how you saw that, because my thoughts were that you would just put together a spreadsheet with the formulas in it, and have it encrypted, and your people could just enter the number of the tons because it comes on their title. So how do you see that this is going to increase your team workload?
Good day, Senator. No, we don't necessarily go by the weight on the title. We tend to use some more independent means. And once again, what I foresee happening, and I'm not advocating no classes, I'm just saying a reduction from the 8. Remember, when someone comes to pay their road tax, they fill out the form themselves. Currently, it's a flat rate. We can kind of just verify the weight independently. But now I think it may add a little confusion on the importer, the owner of the vehicle, to now make sure they pick the right class. They may have a different weight that they're using versus our rate. So it just adds to the length of time needed to process. And that's really all I'm saying. I'm just trying to not add time to a taxpayer's wait time in line.
Okay, so I wanted to ask you, how do you verify what they are providing? How is that done? That you're verifying what the car owner or the individual is going to pay for based on the weight of the vehicle?
We have independent online websites that we go to.
Okay.
That's
so
verifiable.
Couldn't that be part of your marketing to share with the taxpayers those websites so that they could do their own calculation and come prepared to pay the fee?
I can, but once again, as you said initially, the perception is the argument may be their title says one thing, the bill of lading says another, and our web. So there's tends to be a little back and forth as far as who's right. But yes, to say what you're saying, we can very well say this is the website we use if the public wants to, compare.
So that's all a part of a campaign and communication. Thank you so much. Now I want to go to Executive Director Dow. I wanted to find out from you the amount of bonds that you have already obligated. How much have you already obligated in bonds?
Currently, we have outstanding $23 million.
$23 million.
Currently.
So that leaves you.
But that 23 came down from close to 60. So.
Okay, great. So that means you've been paying, and you don't have any issues regarding your payment, fulfilling your bondholders' payment.
No, we've been making our bond.
Great.
Our debt.
That is very good. What is your current bond rating? And which agency do you use for your bond ratings?
We use everybody, but anyhow, currently we're not rated. Currently we're going back to market to establish a rating.
Okay, what is your last rated?
Last rating was BBB+.
Okay, very good answer. I did my homework.
That was back then.
Yes, I saw it and I did my research. So yes, that's what I see. And are you thinking that because you've been paying, because this is just like a loan, and if you've been paying on your loan, you typically will see an increase in your bond rating sometimes, or you could get him to
1 minute
explain that. But I just have one other question. With your bond rating, with your bonds that you plan to expand, what is your source of fund are you using as collateral to pay back the bonds? What will you use?
These are strictly marine, which means revenue that comes from a marine section.
Okay, and is that going to be restricted to that, or could you use some of the money you get from the airport if need be? You cannot.
No money from the airport can come off the airport. Unlike what used to happen, because the marine,
30 seconds.
Normally the marine money is our money.
Right.
I mean, when I say it's not attached, but on the aviation, it's a whole different ballgame. All aviation money must remain on the airport.
Okay, and how much money do you generate from the marine portion of revenues do you generate from the marine portion?
About 40 million.
About 40 million. Okay. And now I wanted your consultant Mr. Chairman, may I? Your consultant to place on the record, just so our listening audience and all of us here could also get some level of edification and that process that is going to take to get the bond rating. I don't know which bond rating agency you're going to use, but what that very complex and detailed process is going to look at. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, if you can allow that question to be answered on the record.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Carla Joseph, you may respond, Mr. Belinsky.
Larry Belinsky, financial advisor to Virgin Island Port Authority. So all the rating agencies use similar metrics in determining their rating, slight nuances to each of them. They will look at the project itself. They would assess the risk of construction risk to that project. They will look at the authority's operating revenues and operating expenses and to see how those have been managed. And they will also look at the authority's revenues. In certain cases, as the executive director mentioned, all pledged marine revenues are set aside or pledged to the bondholders. So after operations and maintenance are paid, the authority uses the remaining revenues to pay the bonds, which is the kind of second bucket, so to speak. And in certain instances, there could be a dedicated revenue stream, either from something within the tariff, or if there is an arrangement with a certain cruise line where they will look to enter into an agreement to pay a certain amount every year. And the rating agencies would look at the credit worthiness of that specific line or that specific revenue source to determine the rating.
Thank you very much for your response there, Mr. Belinsky. Next, the chair will recognize Senator Clifford Joseph. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon to the listening public. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Well, I am in support of Bill 360023 with some amendments. But I got a question for you, Mr. Lee. Do the heavy bulldozers and those other heavy equipment pay road tax?
That's a good question, Senator. Once again, Director Lee of the Bureau of Internal Revenue. When those equipment comes to our shores, they have a choice. They can pay road tax if they plan to be registered, or they can pay excise tax, which is cheaper based on what I've seen. So if they choose to pay excise, you know, the caveat is they're not supposed to be on the road because the impression is they get towed from site to site. I do see some vehicles, bulldozers, heavy equipment on the road that unfortunately are not licensed. So to me, it's what's cheaper on their end. So while we're increasing some of these rates significantly, they do have a choice to choose excise, which is going to be a lot cheaper as it stands anyway. So once again, we're back to square one.
So one more question. I mean, these are smaller vehicles, but these four-wheelers, they pay excise tax as well because they're on the road. A lot of them ain't licensed.
Well, they should be paying, if their intent is to be on the road, they need to pay road tax so that they can get registered with the Bureau of Motor Vehicles. But I also want to go back to one thing that you just said. Remember, if you look at the bill, the first class maximizes at 6,000 pounds. Our average vehicle that comes down here is 4,000. So it's not, to me, going to be a significant impact because we're already at 16 cents as it is anyway.
And the average is 4, so
correct. So there's no change.
Being out.
Repeat that?
I say, being that the average is 4, and you're saying the first class will start at 6.
Maximize at 6. We're at the same place.
Okay, thank you for your answer.
Welcome.
Executive Director Dow, as it pertains to Viper, I have a concern about this level of increase and what the revenue stream would be pledge to repay. I mean, you speaking about coming back, and it's unique that about a week ago you were here and you had some young individual with you, and I would leave the space for them, because if we're looking at the average between when it took us 19 years to get from 65 million to 100 million, right? And now we're at 35 years. 35 years. It's so funny that 35 come and in millions and it's still in years. But my point is the airport's going to be private, public-private. So is the seaport going to ever be able to be bonding? I know today the cost of everything is ballooned, but I don't know if we're going to ever be able to reach to the actual credit line for us to be at 500 and the seaport pulling in those revenues at this particular time. So I'm just saying, in respect to the youths of the future, I myself wouldn't tie myself into 500, because to leave at 100 and we're down at 22 to 23 right now, yes, you went down, but you never exceed the 100. You never said today, this afternoon, that you guys ever exceed the 100 with the two ports. Now we're talking about only the seaport. That's my point. My point is, I too want to leave something for that future generation to be able to be the expanders.
Okay, thanks. But let me just make a couple things clear. We are leaving something for them because we're not going up to the 500 million. So we are leaving something. We are not taking it to the 500 million. But what I want to also make sure we understand, right, is not that we couldn't. There were times when we had capacity. It's just that when you look at the projects, especially on the marine side, they would have exceeded $100 million. I already told you earlier on, the one project that we know we have to do in this district is the Red Hook Customs Clearance Facility. Whether people know it or not, the domestic passenger should, no more than ever, the domestic passenger should never intermix with the international passenger. So it's a project we have to do. And back then when we were discussing, it was $20 million. So you could see, and that's only one project. But yes, we're leaving something for the youngsters, because all we're simply doing is having a range in which we could operate. If we don't have the resources, and for the most part, this will be paying from the marine revenues. Has nothing to do with the airport revenues. But if there was a project, because one of the reasons we were pretty all right for a time on aviation
30
is
seconds.
because we didn't have no outstanding debt that we borrowed money to do anything on the airport. But I want to make it abundantly clear. All we are simply saying is that you give us that flexibility, and we could only borrow what we can pay back. And it's not a line of credit where we, the Port Authority, could say, well, I want 50 million from me today, and go back and say, I want another 50. That's not what this is. It's not like a line of credit you get from a bank. What we're doing is establishing boundaries in which we can operate, giving us some flexibility. And so whoever comes after, whoever comes, they still have capacity in which they could operate.
Thank you for your answer, Mr. Chair. I would like at this time too to give my condolences to the family of the James Benison and Mr. Edwin Brooks, families and friends. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Clifford Joseph. Commissioner Gabriel, you had a...
Yeah, I wanted to respond to something that the previous senator mentioned, because I think it's important that we kind of spend a little bit of time on it. To Director Lee's point, I think without the regular, or without removing some of the exemptions, and without including some of the increased highway taxes for heavier vehicles, you really are at a marginal increase for the highway user tax. I think, as was mentioned, the post auditor mentioned it earlier, in a lot of the states, they have static user taxes because you have different levels of taxation. Your municipal, your state, and of course your federal taxes that allow for increased road maintenance and road maintenance projects. When you look at the abilities to do toll projects on your bridges, your roads, it really gives you greater revenue generating opportunities than we have here. Here in the Virgin Islands is the same road system that everybody uses. And the fact of the matter is the heavier, especially the construction, the class of vehicles that we use for construction oftentimes are able to use loopholes to escape paying highway user taxes. But then we see those same vehicles, whether it's a backhoe, in some cases a trackhoe, moving along the road and damaging those same roadways that we then have to, the regular users, have to pay those taxes for. So it's not about, it really is about looking for revenue generating opportunities to repair the roadways so that we can improve our tourism product and really improve the quality of life for our residents and visitors alike.
Thank you very much. As a matter of fact, when we look at what's happening with our bridges, is again because of those heavy type vehicles that have gone through the bridges for over a period of time, and now that have put us in disrepair, and now we're challenged by having to close down these bridges for an extended period of time. So that's an example of one of those situations.
Senator, I would even add that a lot of times, even when we put up the signage to restrict the amount of axles or the weight classes, those vehicles are the ones that ignore those signs. Yes. And I mean, and it really causes a level of deterioration that the average person in the public isn't aware of. I mean, Executive Director Dow mentioned it, but when you do your bridge assessments and your analyses, these bridges really are in a state of disrepair, and it's because of the impact they receive. When you see a backhoe driving on the roadway and you watch it bouncing, I mean, you see in real time the amount of damage that's caused. You see sometimes where in St. Croix, especially when we pave certain neighborhoods, somebody then comes along with a trackhoe, which should not be on a roadway, that destroys our culverts, our swales, and our roads. And then we, the Department of Public Works, is left to make repairs because the only recourse that we have is in some cases to put lien on the property owners when people are willing to come forward to tell us who did it. Okay. I mean, that's another thing that we continue to talk about is the department's lack of enforcement. So these are things that we really need to look at from a holistic approach.
Absolutely. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Wow, I get to speak after you just spoke about backhoe and trackhoe on the road. Well, sir, Papa, like my colleague would say, because these vehicles have no business on the roads like that. But what are we doing? So, Commissioner Gabriel, what are we doing with regards to enforcing these issues as our roads are being deteriorated by these backhoes and trackhoes on the road? So, have you had any conversations with the Virgin Islands Police Department?
Yes, we have. We've had a number of conversations with them. We've asked for certain, I guess I could say, pop-up inspections, if you will, in certain areas that we know are prone to heavy equipment. We have been, I know you and I have actually discussed it, when we are alerted to concrete spills like what happened today, we actually send our team out, we get the information, and we actually levy the fines allowable by law on those concrete, on those truck operators. And like I said, we are doing what we can, but the lack of enforcement on our side is really a hindrance.
So we'll have a conversation with all the law enforcement entities through the Committee on Homeland Security, because enforcement is going to be key. While we're talking about backhoe, trackhoe, and even the four-wheelers and whatnot, you don't have to even do a pop-up inspection. These people are bold right in your face doing these things. So it needs to be addressed. Now, I know I heard in the testimony regarding the average weight of these vehicles, and I think, Director, you just told my colleague that the average weight of a vehicle is around 4,000, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But do we know how many vehicles in the territory would be subject to the highest tax?
Yes, I can pull some records to isolate those. But once again...
So how soon can you get it to us? so we could see that?
Early next week.
So can I get that to the chair, please? How many vehicles in the territory would be subject to the highest tax?
Keep in mind, they do have an option to get excised, so not have to pay. They do have a right not to pay road tax. So while you see on paper that's a vehicle that should be paying a higher rate, they can also choose not to pay that high rate.
So should this be an option, or they should be required to pay one or the other?
If they are not technically are going to be on the road, then how can you charge them road tax? Just like a farm equipment, there are trucks that come here that.
Right, so I understand like the backhoe and the tractors and whatnot, right? If you choose to pay the excise. But then if that is the case, then we ought to, this is why education is key. So we need to educate our law enforcement officers to the difference so that they could know. Because these guys ain't paying road tax, but they're deteriorating our roads, and we expect that our roads will be fixed. Right?
That's correct.
So then we need to do some type of enforcement there. Now, how are we actually determining the weight of some of these vehicles? Because the bill sponsor spoke to a concrete truck, I believe, right? Yeah. And we could add other vehicles as well. Because I'm thinking this vehicle would be quite a bit heavier with concrete in there. Same thing with a water truck. Once you fill it up, that's more weight again.
The law says they're empty weight. I hear what you're saying, and what you're saying makes sense because they are driving with additional weights versus they're paying their empty rate when they, when they come through.
Okay.
But
let's move to 36. Was that time called, Mr. Chair?
No, Senator, you still have 1 minute. You may proceed.
Okay, quickly on 0038. So just quickly, I was looking at the testimony, and I just wanted to ask the good director
30 seconds.
regarding the activities that we should be able to see soon at our seaports here in St. Croix. I've been asking about the Gallows Bay project for quite some time, but what activities could we look forward to see in the near future at even the Abramson Marine Terminal and the Gallows Bay facility?
Okay, what you'll get in a couple months is a brand new tender pair. It's been extended. We're in the final phase of it. By May, that should be online, which means the dive boats and everybody could come there. That project should be wrapping up probably sometime in May. But to me, what we're doing is going through that. We're raising some monies right now with Royal Caribbean so we could do the dredging in St. Croix. Right? As it sits now, you can only accommodate a certain class vessel. We want to raise that to a bigger ship, more passengers. So that's one of the projects that we continue to talk about. There's been a lot of discussion, and for the record, back and forth, Senator Bailey has been involved in this. We agree that we're going to go back and look at what's happening in Gallows Bay. We know that the federal government took a position in Gallows Bay as to whether that project should happen, whether the kind of money it's going to cost. We believe the Port Authority and so many in the community, the governor, most senators, so that's a project that we really believe that should happen. The Port Authority was gung-ho about a project to see those boutique cruise ships come in there. It's no two ways about that. But those are things that we can see. And lastly, I want to make clear that what we continue to say, once you pass the Frederick State Pay, the Port Authority don't own nothing on there. That's why I make that clear. So it has to be a collaborative effort as to how we're going to start dealing with as you come out of the pay and what we want the area to look like and going right into the tongue.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chair. Can I conclude with one last thing?
You may proceed, Senator.
Thanks. So in the testimony as well for Port Authority, I didn't see anything about procurement of emergency equipment for either your police force or the fire personnel. And it bothered me that I think I saw a fire truck towing a plane off the tarmac the other day. Do we have any equipment to utilize for the removal of aircrafts rather than using the fire trucks?
A couple things. Normally, things like fire apparatus, that's in our operating budget that we, on an annual basis, would put within our budget. Most of the fire apparatus, those large apparatus, they are grant funding, normally $1 million for those apparatus. So that's how we replace them. We have pretty new equipment along the line. But the responsibility of an aircraft being removed from the facility is that of the aircraft. It is not that of the authority. In other words, if you have, we do, for example, we contract, if we have to, with private entities. And likewise, just like what you saw the other day, that aircraft, part of the equipment that was used is normally from a private entity that the aircraft and the insurance would have to compensate for. So the authority, while we could, some of these things is not 2%, but it's in the contractual agreement that the company that either manages them when they come or the airline itself, they are the ones responsible for the equipment.
Okay, we can have this conversation further after, but we should have some equipment there so that if there's an emergency that we could swiftly get these aircrafts off the runway rather than utilizing the fire truck.
I concur with that.
Thank you.
I concur with that, but even the equipment that they normally use sometimes, like to tug, they only could have a certain weight, and so that's why it wasn't that they didn't have a piece of equipment that were moving, that could move the.
Don't get me wrong. No, don't get me wrong. I'm glad you were able to improvise and get it cleared so that we could open the runway. But I'm just saying, forward thinking, we need to just maybe look at having something readily available other than the fire truck. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you both directors for your responses.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. The chair will now recognize Senator Ray Fonseca. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair. Well, Sir Popa, I want to make it perfectly clear that this bill does not intend to levy any charges to any taxi man. So the testimony you heard came from Commissioner Gabriel's mouth, not Senator Ray Fonseca's mouth. Senator Ray Fonseca is not attempting to charge any taxi driver any fee. Our taxi men and women are hard-working local businessmen. We need to do everything we can to sustain the taxi industry and give them all the benefits so that they can continue to thrive. Good. So Fonseca, no taxi fee. We want to make that clear. So all the vehicles, when they are manufactured, they are assigned a gross vehicle weight rating. So right now, just to be clear, so if you have an Acura Integra, an Acura TSX, Honda Accord, Toyota Camry, Altera, Hyundai Sonata, BMW 3, Mercedes-Benz C-Class, Audi, Acura, all the Acura, them Honda, Toyota, Nissan, Tuscan, Ford Escape, Chevy Equinox, Acura, BMW 3, a Mercedes-Benz GLC, and a Porsche, you're not going to pay 1 red cent more. So I just wanted to make sure everybody understands that. So I wanted to go to Director Dow real quick. I support Bill 360038 to increase the outstanding bonds from the 100 million to 500 million, because, you know, you can see growth at the airport, you know, but I wanted to ask you if there's any planned expansion for an additional runway at the St. Thomas Cyril King Airport.
All I can tell you is we really will end up uptown or out in the ocean, and we'll have the challenges. But Fairfield have been telling us for the last, not a new strip, but expanding what we have. And how do you expand it? We don't see it, so reality sets in. But what we can do, what we expect to do, is make more use of the small taxiway that we have over by general aviation. We do have a small strip there, and there might come a time that we've got to utilize it with smaller aircraft and so forth. But it's busy, it's very busy, and how we manipulate that kind of traffic. But over there by the general aviation area, there's a strip there. We need to probably, eventually, that's one of our plans to resurface it, strengthen it, and be able to use it for small aircraft.
Yeah, you know, I thank you for your testimony. I can see where that time is coming sooner than we think, because sometimes our Honorable Vice Chair, he'd remind us they got several jets lining up to take off, and then a small airplane is coming in, and it got the big jets, you know, holding up and stuff like that. So, okay, good. So I wanted to go back to Bill number 360023, because the intent here is to give the Public Works Department more funding for improved maintenance of our roads and infrastructure, because under the current systems, all the vehicles just pay 16 cents per pound. And that's not fair. As a matter of fact, today I was just talking to the Commissioner Gabriel, Public Works Commissioner. There's a concrete truck turned up down Black Point Hill, and that's the concrete truck them is a Class 8. So I wanted to ask you, Commissioner, that concrete truck turned up the whole road full of concrete. Who bears the cost to clean that up? Who cleans that up?
Yeah, trying to maintain my patience while we have this discussion. The government of the Virgin Islands bears most of the cost. We do, like I said, by law, we can levy I think it's $1,000 fine, as well as some of the cost of the cleanup if they damage the public roadway. So we have been doing that, but for the most part, some operators don't pay it. Public Works, usually with the assistance of the fire services, has to go out there to wash down those that spill.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you see, and all we know that pre-mixed concrete in 30 minutes is pretty hard.
Correct.
So it ain't gonna be a little
1
wash
minute.
down, and you can't take no shovel, because you know that's 8-10 yards. That's thousands of pounds. So
correct.
This is why we need this bill here, and this is why the vehicles have a certain class, and they are impacting the road, because even if you was to clean up that concrete spill, and we see it going up Donkey Hill, all the steep hills, you always see a bit of concrete drop, and it's coming from the concrete trucks. And the other heavy trucks, especially the dump trucks,
30 seconds.
they filter gravel. You see it when you go behind them, they have gravel spill on the ground. So it's a real impact. And so this is important, and thank you very much for your testimony. But you heard it from Senator Fonseca, no increase for the taxi man them. Well, Sir Popa. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
The fourth branch of government is on the taxi man them. Point of information, Senator Carla J. Joseph, you recognize for your point of information.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I want to ask Director Dowd. Director Dowd, do you have any bond obligation for the aviation portion?
No.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think that rounds out our line of questions on this block number 2. Senator Gittins, you had a point of information?
Yes, sir.
You recognize.
Thank you, Mrs. Chair. You know, I'm truly concerned of the pitch over and over about this exemption for taxi drivers. I love them too. And that's our mode of transportation, but they're utilizing the roads more than the average person operating their personal vehicles. If you know how much messages my office just get, I'm getting of people looking at this hearing and saying, I hope you all understand and realize that the same taxi drivers that they want to exempt are utilizing the roadways more than the average citizen. I just want to say that on the record so that those promoting the exemption, that you understand that people are watching and listening and understanding exactly what's taking place. Let's just be fair across the board with whatever it is that we're doing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. At this time, we'll go to our testifiers for closing. And of course, we'll start off with you, Director Lee.
Good day, Senator. Once again, Director Lee from the Bureau of Internal Revenue. My apologies. Thank you always for inviting myself and the finance team to be able to share our thoughts and comments to the process. We continue to look forward to be a part of the discussion so that, you know, we can do what's best for the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Lee. Commissioner Gabriel.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank you again for the opportunity to testify. Before we leave, I do want to again just extend on behalf of our entire department our sincere condolences to the family of Edwin Brooks. You know, Edwin was really he was with the department for a very long time. I think it's over 17 years, and the loss is felt throughout every single level. So I just want to reiterate that. I also want to stress to our senators and to our public, it is not about levying more taxes. It is about trying to find ways to address the needs of the community. I think for quite some time, you know, when the government of the Virgin Islands was in a different financial position, exemptions were at a different place. I think we are where we are because of so many exemptions that we've talked about over the years, to include, like I said, making other decisions with the gas tax. It is about, as a commissioner of the department, finding ways to secure the resources to make the repairs that are necessary to our transportation infrastructure. And I also want to just say that I think, and we say it, we oftentimes talk about the size of the recovery rebuild that is happening. Now is the time for us to really take advantage of some of these materials that are going to be coming in, some of the heavy equipment that's going to be arriving on island, and closing some of these loopholes, because I firmly believe if you have 4 wheels or more, you should register to be on the road, because at some point you will be on the road. So again, I want to commend the primary sponsor. I want to thank each and every one of you for your dialogue today and off the record, and I look forward to future discussions and realizing more ways to generate revenue in the territory. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And before we close off with Port Authority and Department of Finance, I want to say that, you know, back in my former capacity as police, we have had many conversations with motor carrier regarding, you know, on federal roads in regards to setting up weight stations, for example, where again there will be responsibility for these heavy equipments to be able to pull into, be properly inspected, because, you know, we don't realize the gravity and risk of some of these vehicles if they don't have proper tires on them, you know, if they don't, the brake system are not properly working, and the catastrophe that could be created, you know, if these heavy and big equipment are not properly regulated, you know. So we have some work to continue to do there. I know that highway safety has been involved with this, as well as the motor carrier. Over the years, we've had discussion about how do we start to address that, and not wait until something chaotic happen for us to be able to address that. Assistant Commissioner Wells, congratulations, man. This is the first time you come before us since you have assumed that big position.
Yeah, man, thank you. Good afternoon again on behalf of Commissioner McCurdy and the entire Department of Finance team. We'd like to say thank you to this body for allowing us to be here to be part of the discussion, although I had much to say today.
Thank you very much. Executive Director Dow.
Good afternoon again. I really want to thank each and every one of you for the inquiry, the probing questions. It's important so that we could express ourselves. But I still want all of us, and thank the sponsor, Senator Milton Potter, formerly HR Director at the Port. I have to say that. The fact is, this is not a line of credit. We're not asking, we could only go to market with what we can afford to repay. This is over 35 years now. We're asking the body to extend us that flexibility. And again, we're only going to be able to go out for what we need. Part of what we're discussing actively is being ready to put ourselves in a position to capture and be able to do some of the projects we want to in St. Croix in particular, that Frederickstead, that it definitely needs work, because just think on some of the bigger ships just not going to St. Croix bypassing because of safety and security. When I say safety and security, I'm talking about in the water now, because of the depth, because of some of the dredging that needs to happen, because they have some hard shells out there that probably need taken up as well. So it's in our interest collectively. We see the numbers in St. Croix. We see the numbers. And taxi drivers who will tell you, well, I was at the airport, much wasn't happening there, but I was able to go to Frederickstead and make a daily bread. That's important. So I'm only telling all of us that we need to, asking that we go ahead, raise the capacities, no harm, no foul. You know, we only can borrow what we could afford to pay. The port has one of the good things for us that people didn't recognize. The port had no debt on the airport. That's why during COVID, we were able to get the kind of support we got from the federal government. Because we had no debt on the aviation side, we got more money than Puerto Rico to assist us during COVID. So we manage our resources. I want to thank Larry and his team who guide us along the way, and the 300 plus employees that the Port Authority have. And as I leave you today, Mr. Chairman, I feel good today to be in the comfortable of so many bald-headed guys. It's a bald-head thing today. Senator Fonseca, you're holding on, but you're going to join us. Anyway, I really thank you guys on a lighter note.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. And again, we have some tough decisions to be made here. I think that all of the subsidies that we have seen in the past are under siege. When we talk about Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare, when we talk about SNAP, there's a lot of hard decisions that have to be made here. And rising tides floats all boats. And certainly when there's time to suck salt, we all have to suck salt together. So we have a lot of contemplation to be made here. And we can stand in recess while we dismiss you for 5 minutes and come back and take a vote on all of these measures that came before us today. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands in recess for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're out of recess. At this time, do I hear a motion? Motion, Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your motion. Please recognize the mic of Senator Fonseca.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move Bill number 36-0028, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Tropical Marine, Inc. for parcel number 37-1 Estate Nada, number 2 Red Hook Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, and a portion of unsurveyed Estate Nada, number 2 Red Hook Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, be voted upon favorably in this Committee of Budget, Appropriation, and Finance, and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary after further consideration. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Ray Fonseca, seconded by Senator DeGraff. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden absent. Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yes.
Senator Fonseca, yes. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Yeah.
Senator Francis Jr., yeah. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. What is he said present?
Senator Fredericks?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Senator Frederick, yeah. Senator Mary C. James?
Yes.
Senator James, yes. Senator Curte Vele? Senator Vele, yes. Mr. Chair, 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 36-0028, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Tropical Marine, Inc. for parcel number 37-1 Estate Nada and number 2 Red Hook Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, and a portion of unsurveyed Estate Nada, number 2 Red Hook Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, have been approved by the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, and we sent to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further vetting. Do I hear a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move Bill number 36-0023, an act amending Title 33 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 4, Section 72, related to the highway user tax, be held in the Committee of Budget Appropriations.
That's not the next bill. I mean.
Oh, that's not the next one. You got it? You got it? Oh, I got it. Yes, Mr. Chair, strike that. Mr. Chair, I move Bill number 36-0040, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Charles M. Kim VI Foundation, Inc., doing business as the Virgin Islands Museum of Art for a portion of lot number 48B Nora Gata, Kings Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, be voted upon favorably in the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Ray Fonseca, seconded by Senator DeGraff. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden absent. Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Yes. Senator DeGraff, yeah. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yea.
Senator Fonseca, yeah. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Yeah.
Senator Francis Jr., yeah. Senator Hubert Frederick.
Yeah.
Senator Frederick, yes.
Yeah.
You said yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
Senator Maurice C. James.
Yes.
Senator Maurice James, yeah. Senator Curte Vele. Senator Vele not voting. Mr. Chair, 5 yeas, 1 absent, 1 not voting.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, Bill number 36-0040, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Charles M. Kim VI Foundation, Inc., doing business as Virgin Islands Museum of art for a portion of lot number 4B, Noragata, King's Quarters, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands have been approved, voted unfavorably by the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, and will be sent on to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further vetting. Do I hear a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move Bill number 36-0023, an act amending Title 33 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 4, Section 72, relating to the highway user tax, be held in the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance for further review and action. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Fonseca, seconded by Senator DeGraff. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Do I hear a motion? Motion, Senator Viale, you recognize for your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that Bill number 36-0038, an act amending Title 29, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 10, Subchapter 3, Section 551, Subsection A, by increasing the limit for outstanding bonds for the Virgin Islands Port Authority from 100 million to 500 million, receive a favorable vote in this committee and be moved to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Kurt Viale, seconded by Senator DeGraff. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden absent. Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novelli Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Hubert L. Frederick.
No.
Senator Frederick, no. Senator Maurice James. Senator Maurice James, not voting. Senator Curte Viale.
Hello?
Yes,
I
Senator.
said yes.
Senator Maurice James?
Yes.
Your vote is?
One more time, yes.
The vote is yes.
Senator Maurice James, yes. Senator Curte Viale, yes. Mr. Chair, 5 yeas, 1 nay, 1 absent.
Very well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 36-0038, an act amending Title 29 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 10, Subchapter 3, Section 551, Subsection A, by increasing the limit for outstanding bonds for the Virgin Islands Port Authority from 100 million to 500 million has been approved by the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance and will be sent to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further vetting. Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you very much to our central staff and all involved in today's hearing. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance hereby adjourned. God bless.